Sia, can you hear me? Sia, Pramit, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ठीक है, thank you.
अपना ऑन करना।
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
when gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports. History gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-size soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the second day of Southeast Asia Golf Show 2021. We begin the day with a presentation by Oswal Udyog on aesthetic enhancement of golf course turf and water bodies. The presentation will be made by Mr. Adhish Rathod, Managing Partner of Oswal Udyog. Mr. Rathod specializes in enhancement and cleansing of water bodies. He is a pioneer in many aspects of many aspects of maintenance of stagnant water, making it healthy, aesthetic, and beautiful as they should be. Over to Mr. Adhish Rathod.
Thank you, Singh Saab, for your kind introduction. I would like to thank GCS, MAI, and ProTouch Sport for organizing the event and giving me this opportunity. Share my screen and start the presentation. So my topic for today is aesthetic enhancement of golf course, turf and water bodies. Why has aesthetic become so important in today's world? Aesthetic has become a very important part of property maintenance and management, and golf course is no different. For planning aesthetic activity, we must consider the most important thing, which is the golfer's expectation. The sport and golf course revenue is directly related to the golfer and his or her expectations. Any business prospers when customers are happy, delighted, and excited. It's the same for golf business. Repeat customers and excited customers bring in new customers, which is the thumb rule for any business success. A beautiful course with good playing conditions and surface is what the golfer wants. It used to be said earlier, जो दिखता है वो बिकता है, but in today's competitive world, the new mantra is जो अच्छा दिखता है वो पहले बिकता है या वो ज्यादा बिकता है. Yesterday, many speakers spoke about golf tourism, which was a panel discussion, and there was a discussion on sustainability of the golf courses, that many golf courses are struggling to make sufficient revenue. Now, there is no doubt in the saying that beautiful places and properties will excite and attract people. And that is the reason why the aesthetics of the golf course, its turf, its ponds, has become so important. Now, this is what a golfer expects when he goes to a golf course. Lush green turf, crystal blue waters, algae and muck-free pond. And all this is very much possible. Possible easily, possible in an economical way, which most golf courses would be able to afford. Today, I am going to discuss with you about 5 problems which make the golf course superintendent miss his or her aesthetic goals for a golf course. These 5 problems I will discuss, and I will also give you 5 solutions to these problems. The biggest and the most common problem what the superintendent encounters is, my grass is not green enough. There could be many reasons: dormant grass, winter grass, drought season, disease. There are several reasons. So you have a tournament or an event at a course, and the golf superintendent's dilemma: in spite of all my best effort, my course turf is not green enough. What can I do? For an event, you have an event coming up in a week and the turf is not green. It's an important event, that the image and impression is at stake. A lot of things need to be taken care of. To get a green grass, get a green turf, what you can do is use 100% water-based lawn colorant like Greenlift 400. Greenlift 400 is our product. It's a lawn and turf colorant, which is 100% water-based, made in India. It is 100% safe for humans and pets, very easy to use. You can see on the screen, there's a picture of a course before the spray of Greenlift, and then the next day after spraying Greenlift. And it has completely transformed the look of a very very dry looking golf course or a dead grass into a very, very healthy, lush green golf course. Why green lift? It is 100% safe for soil and grass. It will instantly give you a lush green turf and has a very low drying time. Now, Green Lift 400 is made of micronized pigment particles which give a very uniform coat on the leaf, and they will not penetrate the root zone of the turf. The reason it will not penetrate is because our product does not contain any nanoparticles. If there are nanoparticles present in any of in the formulation, they will penetrate the roots or inside the leaf of the grass. But because our pigment is micronized, it is small enough to give a uniform coat, but not small enough to penetrate through the shell or the kernel of the grass. It's very easy to use and economical product. Once sprayed, lasts up to 2 months, depending upon the growth of the grass. Now, how it works? It's very simple to use. Simply dilute it with water, spray with a nozzle type sprayer, and then allow few hours of drying. You only need to mix water, nothing else. And after spraying, allowing a few hours of drying, you have a green course, a lush green course. What's the advantage of using Green Lift 400? Green Lift 400 is a perfect grass colorant available in India. It is more concentrated than German and American brands, competing brands which are available globally. Why do I say it is more concentrated? Because the pigment loading of our product is 30%, is over 30%, whereas we have tested many of these competitors' products and they are around 20%. So a 20% product and a 30% concentrated product, you can see there is a 50% more concentration. So your cost of using the product is reduced by a great amount. Our product is more competitively priced, depending upon the deal we do and the pricing. The cost of coloring your lawn will be ₹1 to ₹2 per square meter, which is the most economical anywhere in the world. Our local manufacturing, technical support, and we have local service team gives an advantage of quick delivery and service to the golf course. Customization is possible. With many of the international brands, there is no option of customization. This is what we have. ये है हमारे पास, ये आप लीजिए, यही यूज हो सकता है. Because एक दो कोर्स के लिए या थोड़े क्वांटिटी के लिए they will not customize it. But with us, we have our factory located in India, in Maharashtra, and we have a full-fledged lab with computer scanning system, spectrophotometer, and we can give you 20 variations in shades, which suits to your choice of color, your choice of green. Now, I will come to the problem number 2, which is more related for the ponds. A lot of ponds, water bodies, have this problem of excessive algae and weed. Now, why this happens? The primary reason of this happening is because as the fertilizers are sprayed, a lot of fertilizer runoff, they enter the pond system. Once they enter the pond ecosystem, due to excess availability of nutrients, there is algal bloom. We call it as the pond becomes eutrophic because of excess mineralization, and there is an algal bloom in the pond. So there will be growth of algae, weed. The pond will look muddy, murky. The turbidity of the water will be higher because of high TDS and high calcium and minerals. Now, this will result into growth of nuisance aquatic vegetation. There are two kinds of aquatic vegetation. One is the good aquatic vegetation, which is, part of your flora and fauna. And the nuisance aquatic vegetation is your algae, weeds, lab, kara, this kind of nuisance aquatic vegetation, which is not healthy for the pond. Water hycin, these are unhealthy aquatic vegetation, which will disturb the health of your pond and also reduce the area of the pond. These four pictures are some of the examples of the aquatic vegetation. There are many more such kind of nuisance vegetation, but for the reference, I have just used 4. How in white appears? Ponds are ideal habitats for aquatic plants, and some will always be there. The photosynthesis of these plants in the water body supplies the oxygen and adds to the dissolved oxygen in the water. Plants can cause problem in the pond and control measure often, and we have to eliminate this aquatic vegetation in order to reduce their abundance. How to control it? AquaClean is our pond colorant, which helps in reducing the growth of aquatic vegetation. We call it an algae and weed inhibitor. It's not an algicide, it's not a herbicide, it's an inhibitor. Inhibitor means it will not allow the growth of algae and weed. ये उन्हें grow नहीं होने देगा, उन्हें मारेगा नहीं, but उन्हें grow नहीं होने देगा. This is a lake, Shivbag Pond in Hyderabad, which comes under HMD, Hyderabad Metropolitan Development Authority, which we treated to make it healthier. It was a completely dead lake, dead pond. This is a beautiful lake located in Hyderabad next to Taj Banjara Hills. It's called Taj Banjara Lake. It had become very muddy and had a lot of algae, and with the use of our product, the problem was solved. How it works? AquaClean Blue WSP reduces the penetration of sunlight to the bottom of the pond. It will not completely stop the sunlight penetration, but it will reduce the sunlight penetration. Hence, the nutrient availability for algae and weed is reduced. The algae and weeds, they require sunlight, water, and mineralized water to grow. If sunlight is reduced, their growth will be reduced and restricted. And the available algae and weed inside already present, which is present in the water body, will also begin to die. So new algae and weed will not grow, and the existing ones will also slowly begin to have their natural death. Thus, it will reduce the water, it will reduce the algae and weed. And the advantage it does is that once you reduce the algae and weed, the healthy plants which are required for the pond ecosystem, which are good for the pond ecosystem, the competition for nutrients is reduced with them, and the planktonic growth is better, which is the planktons are used by the fishes as their food. Now, how to use this? You simply have to pop this packet. As you can see, this plastic, this looks like plastic, but it is not plastic. It's a special film which is water soluble. This is a very highly concentrated product. You simply have to pop a packet into your pond. One sachet of 100 grams. Our pack contains 4 sachets of water soluble throw pack. One packet treats up to 400 cubic meter of water of a tank. So depending upon the size of your pond, it can be calculated, and easily we can guide you that these are the number of packets you need to pop. All the instruction is also mentioned on the product label. Just simply pop the product, the packet, and allow few hours for dispersion. If you have any kind of agitation system, the dispersion will be much faster. If you don't have any agitation, with the natural wind and all, it will take a little more time to disperse and dissolve, but it will be done within few hours. Why AquaClean Blue WSP? It's very easy to use and economical product. It is 100% safe for fish and aquatic animals. We are exporting this product to Japan, and it has been tested for fish toxicity and fish toxicology as per Japanese standards, which are almost 100 times more stringent than the standard prescribed by Coastal Aquaculture Authority of India. Our product is also registered with Coastal Aquaculture Authority of India, which is a Government of India organization. It's 100% non-toxic and biodegradable. It does not contain any kind of toxic chemicals, any algicide or herbicide. It is absolutely safe for fish, and this water can be used for irrigation purpose, many other purposes. The use of AquaClean does not hinder into any of your application related use of the water. After solving the second problem, I would like to highlight the third problem which is faced by the property manager and course superintendent is the muck and the sludge in the pond. It looks very ugly, makes the pond look very ugly. There is an odor, gives a very pungent odor around the periphery of the pond. It smells like rotting fish or some kind of rotting dead animal. This is basically due to ammonia and hydrogen sulfide emission from the decaying organic matter. And it can be very easily solved and in a very economical and eco-friendly way. Now, we have OSWA B80, which is a beneficial bacterial blend. This is a non-chemical product. There is no chemical in this. It's a probiotic. We call it a pond probiotic. Just like it's a blend of 7 species: Bacillus subtilis, Bacillus licheniform, Bacillus megatherium, and several others, most of them from the Bacillus species, and Rhodococcus and Rhodobacter. These are very high potency organisms in dormant state, packed in these kind of water soluble pouches. As you can see, the potency of this product is more than 2.5 billion CFU per gram. 10⁹ is billion. So this is 2.5 billion CFU per gram. So each gram of this bacteria has 2.5 billion organisms. And once they come in contact with the water, these organisms get activated. As this pouch dissolves, when they come in contact, they go to the bottom of the pond and start the decomposing process. They accelerate the decomposing process of the decaying matter, of the sludge or the muck which is present in your water body. They will reduce, due to which it will control the bad smell of ammonia and hydrogen sulfide. It will decompose the organic waste much faster than you allow it for natural decomposition. It will reduce BOD, COD, and TDS. You know, friends, BOD is biological oxygen demand and COD is chemical oxygen demand. If you're a polluted pond or a pond with very high chemical waste will have a high COD, and a pond with high organic waste will have high BOD. When your BOD and COD is reduced, that means the pond is becoming more healthier, and the dissolved oxygen will increase, because when BOD COD is high, they will keep consuming the oxygen for the purpose of decomposition. Improves water quality and water clarity. It will clean the pond bottom of the decaying matter. Now, in the golf courses, a lot of things, you know, the leaves, dead fish, feeds, many of the things, they enter the pond and they go down and they start decaying. So it's very important to keep the pond clean and healthy. This is an example which I want to show you what we did of Shivbagh Pond in Hyderabad. This is the worst pond I have seen in my life. I have seen many ponds. This was one of the worst I have seen in my life. By worst, I mean the condition of the pond. It's a beautiful structure. It's a class 2 heritage structure located in Hyderabad city, but it was in a very, very bad shape. I have not seen a pond as bad as this before I saw this pond. And, you know, when we did this project from left picture to the right picture, it is a complete transformation. The officers of HNDS said that, you know, you have done some magic, and as you see in movie, a dead patient becomes alive again. It was that kind of effect it had on the pond. So it had very high organic load, very high TDS, algae, everything, whatever bad could have been possible. There was no fish because the dissolved oxygen level was very low and impossible to have any fish in this. We used OSWA B80 and we used AquaClean together to make this pond better, to get it into a better condition. So before using OSWA B80, it had extremely bad odor. It had heavy organic load and TDS. There was a lot of floating algae, very high BOD and COD. And after the treatment with OSWA B80 and AquaClean Blue WSP, you can see the pond water is much more clear. The water was pitch black, but the color was also improved. The clarity was improved. We had to remove some of the floating algae manually, but as we would remove it manually, new floating matter would come up, new algae from rising from the bottom would come up. So it took us 2 days to get it in good shape, but our team was able to achieve this project. And this was the condition after our treatment. A water quality analysis was done by TSPCB, Telangana State Pollution Control Board, which is controlled by Government of Telangana. Now, this was the test result before treatment. The dissolved oxygen was 2.4, and after the treatment, it was increased to 3.5. The COD, chemical oxygen demand, which is 108, was reduced by 50%, over 50%, and COD became 52. BOD was 23, it became 12. Hardness was also reduced. E. coli 130 to 08. So all the parameters were greatly improved, and this testing was done within 24 to 48 hours. And with as the bacteria gets more time, the conditions and the water quality parameter would get even better. Now, the fourth problem which I want to discuss with you is not so much of an aesthetic problem, but this may indirectly contribute to the aesthetic of the course. That is overspraying and missing targeted areas during fertilizer spraying and pesticide spraying. Many times what happens is that in large courses and large areas, some areas are missed while spraying. It could be, the reasons could be many, change in shift of the workers, sometimes, not improper planning, or just simply could be lazy workers. So what is the solution? OSWA Spray Marker Blue. Now, OSWA Spray Marker Blue is a blue dye, which is an indicator dye, which will help you. This acts as a spray marker. So you mix with your spraying. This is for water soluble fertilizers and pesticides. You can mix this marker dye. The mixing dose is 25 ml for 100 liters of spray. So 1 liter of this spray marker can be mixed in 4,000 liters of spray. And what it will do is it will help you easily identify the sprayed areas and differentiate them from unsprayed areas. What this helps in avoid fertilizer wastage or pesticide overuse. So you will not miss out on the areas which are not fertilized. All your areas or all the course areas will be equally fertilized, and the pesticide use will be optimized. It mixes well with all kind of water soluble fertilizers and pesticides. This will last 2 to 3 days and then it will disappear. The color will not be seen more than 2 days. It will disappear by itself in 2 days. So this is an indicator product. This is how it will look when you do the spraying. It's a marker and an indicator. The fifth problem, what I want to discuss with you is soil hydrophobicity. Many times, especially in a dry, in India, where there are many places which have very dry weather, the soil becomes hydrophobic. What is hydrophobic soil? Hydrophobic soil means the soil becomes very hard and there is a hydrophobic and hydrophilic. Hydrophilic means it will attract water. Hydro is water. Phobic is it will repel, it will not attract water. And hydrophilic means it will attract water. So a soil becoming hydrophobic means it will not absorb water. It loses its capacity to absorb water. And the problem it causes is hydrophobic soil could lead to surface runoff and water accumulating at spots, creating this kind of water pools and puddles, which directly affect the growth of turf and reduce the water infiltration and supply to the root zone in case of turf grass and field crops as well. We have a product called Nature Wetter 230. We call it Nature Wetter because this is derived from sugars. This surfactant, this is not a silicon surfactant. This is not derived from ethoxylation of synthetic substances. It is derived from natural plant-based sugar sources, which is ethoxylated, of course, to make it into a surfactant. And this product is 100% biodegradable. It is a non-ionic surfactant. By non-ionic means it doesn't have, there are three kinds of surfactants: anionic, cationic, and non-ionic. So this is a non-ionic, so there is no ion in this. Nature Wetter 230, what is the benefit of this product? Increased soil penetration, improved distribution of water throughout the soil profile. It retains the moisture in the soil. It will be retained longer, and extended performance of the fertilizers as well as of the irrigation system. How it works? Nature Wetter, this surfactant will reduce the surface tension of water. Basically, that's the job of any surfactant, that is to reduce the surface tension of the water and the soil, and it will allow the water to penetrate through the soil, to percolate the soil, as can be seen in this picture. This is on the left side here is the water is not able to percolate, is not able to spread enough. And on the right side, you can see the water is able to spread faster. That is because of the reduced surface tension of water. And it will increase the percolation throughout the soil profile. How to use it? It can be used in two ways. It can be used as a tank mix adjuvant, the same product, and it can also be used for irrigation of hard to wet soils. So the same product can be used for two uses. When you can mix it in your water tank, depending upon the concentration. It's mentioned on the pack as well as on our TDS, and you can get in touch with us for that. And as a tank mix adjuvant, you should mix 0.2% per liter, 0.2% of the solution. So it also helps because you're using only one product for two uses. So it helps optimizing your inventory. Now, as we discussed these 5 problems and we gave you these 5 solutions, availability of the product, since this is an international event for the benefit of our friends from overseas, our products are available in India directly through us as well as through some channel partners. Overseas, we have channel partners, we have repackers who buy our product and pack it and sell it in their brand, as well as resellers who resell our product. North America and Canada, USA and Canada, we have our customers who are repacking and selling our product in their brand. We can, anybody wants to buy there, we can put you to them. In Europe, we have customer in UK, we have a distribution partner in France. Our partner in Belgium looks after Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg. In Asia, we have partner in Japan. The Japanese partner also look after Thailand market. South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam. In Africa, we have partner in South Africa. In Australia, our Australian partner looks after Australia and New Zealand market. So the product is very easy to use, easily available. Any problems you have, we are always there to help you with these 5 problems and with our solutions. Now a little about our company. We have 2 factories located in Vasai and Pithampur. These are the locations where these products are made. Our factory is ISO 9001:2015 certified quality management system. We are founded and managed by qualified professional chemists and engineers. We have in-house environmentalist for technical support. We export to over 25 countries. For any consultation about the product use, how to use for a demonstration, you can contact me personally or on our company email address. We are a corporate member of GCS and MAI. So I'm available in the group. I will be very happy to help you in whatever way possible for us with our product or even without our product. You can always call us for consultation. With this, I end my presentation and I'm open to questions or any queries which you will be having about these products. Thank you. Any questions? Questions can be posted on the chat box.
Whatever questions you have, you only have the option to write them in the chat box.
Thank you, Adeshi, for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Great insight you've given us, and I'm sure the audience would have learned a lot from your presentation and the wonderful products that you deal with. There were a couple of... there's a question. It says, does your product also help in cleaning weeds in the ponds?
Yes, it will help it to basically AquaClean. This question is about our product AquaClean Blue WSP. It's an algae and weed inhibitor. So what it will do is it's not an weedicide, it's not a herbicide, but it's an inhibitor. So it will reduce the sunlight penetration to the pond bottom. Most of these weeds, they grow from the bottom of the pond. So once the sunlight, the essential source of nutrition is blocked for the weed, the growth of the weed is reduced. And we have done many projects where, in fact, Mirasol, the picture of which I shared in my presentation, had the same problem. They have a beautiful pond with very dense weed, but the weed had grown almost 8 feet to 10 feet high from the pond bottom. And they used our product, and with this, the weed was in the pond was reduced.
Adeshi, just to continue from here, does it kill all kinds of weeds, or does it have, some weeds have resistance against this product?
No, sir. This doesn't act chemically. So it's not that it has a resistance against some product, or it is some weeds will have immunity to this product. This is not. It doesn't work that way. what it will do is it will block the sunlight. So it will block the sunlight for all kinds of weeds. So irrespective of the kind of weed which is growing, once the sunlight is reduced, the growth of that weed will be reduced. So different kind of weeds will have different kind of sensitivity to sunlight. But once their source of nutrition of sunlight is reduced, the growth is bound to reduce.
Understood. Understood. There's another question which says, does it eradicate weed in turf as well?
No, AquaClean does not eradicate in turf. This is not a product for turf.
Right. And somebody is asking for your distributor network in India and abroad, in places like Pakistan, Bangladesh.
In Pakistan, we don't have a distributor, but we have a distributor. We have a partner in Dubai who will service Pakistan, because importing from India is not allowed directly in Pakistan. We have had inquiries from Pakistan, and most of it gets serviced through Dubai or Singapore.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Rishi, again. And if there are any more questions regarding your presentation, we'll forward that to you. I'm sure you'll keep answering questions for some time after this also.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Rugged construction, first-class performance, with all-day-long comfort. The Toro Workman GTX is simply superior. The Workman GTX was designed based on input from thousands of turf and maintenance professionals. Available in gas or electric with a variety of seating and bed options, its versatility is unmatched. Set it up with a flatbed or a virtually indestructible double-walled cargo box and say goodbye to dents, scratches, and cracks. The Workman GTX is the ultimate utility vehicle for demanding terrain, rough roads, or challenging work sites. When it comes to accessories, we've got a place for everything. The racking system lets you secure your gear exactly how you want. Front and rear attachments are easy to install and mount above the suspension, reducing noise and excess wear in your equipment. And it's all customizable. Save room and reduce bed clutter. Better storage means less back and forth on the job. You've got everything you need to stay productive. It's easy to attach a mount for your phone or tablet. And there's a standard USB port to keep them charged. The GTX is the first vehicle in its class to offer both key and pedal start, standard. Rack and pinion steering gives the GTX car-like comfort and control. Coil-over shock suspension on all four wheels delivers the ultimate in crew comfort. But just because we made the Workman comfortable doesn't mean it lacks power. It can tow 1,000 pounds and has a total vehicle capacity of 1,200 pounds. And when faced with uneven terrain, our split frame and gimbal joint allow the Workman to articulate, keeping all four wheels safely on the ground and the operator in the seat. It also features class-exclusive four-wheel hydraulic disc brakes, providing better stopping power with less effort and minimal maintenance. More comfort, more power, more versatile, more control. The Workman GTX is simply superior. Only from Toro. Count on it.
So next up, we have a presentation from the Toro Irrigation Technology, Toro company on Toro Irrigation Technology. Mr. Andrew Price, who's the regional sales manager of the Toro company, would be presenting over video. Over to Mr. Andrew Price.
Hello and welcome. I am Andrew Price and I work for the Irrigation Division of Toro. I would like to thank the GCS and MAI for the opportunity to be part of the 2021 Southeast Asia Online Golf Show. Before introducing the newest technology in golf irrigation from Toro, I would like to share with you a video of the driving fundamentals and core values of the Toro company. Please roll the video.
At the Toro Company, our guiding principles shape everything we do, every decision we make, every product we create. It stems from our long history. Founded in 1914 in the American heartland, the Toro Company was built on a tradition of quality. Early on, we became known as an innovator of golf course equipment, a reputation which led to growth and expansion into new markets, from residential products to irrigation solutions. From the very beginning, our founders believed in the power of developing caring relationships. Our deep-rooted relationships with customers is unique. We listen carefully, and their feedback sparks innovative solutions. And because of our commitment to superior customer care, Toro's products are regularly seen grooming renowned venues for prestigious events worldwide. Our focus on caring relationships also connects us with our communities and attracts high-caliber talent to the Toro Company team. We've built a reputation based on a high level of trust and integrity. While we strive to be an industry leader, our values drive us to be a trusted leader. Our unique culture is the foundation on which we base our success. Because at Toro, how we do things is just as important as what we do. This is how we continue to build market leadership with customers in golf, residential, landscape contractor, rental and specialty construction, sports fields and grounds, professional snow and ice management, and agriculture. We serve these customers and businesses in nearly every country across the globe with innovative products and solutions for the outdoor environment, including turf, snow, irrigation and lighting, landscape management, utility installation, and specialty construction. With a history of over 1,500 unique patents and counting, we continue to focus on research and development of the next generation of products, services, and solutions that will serve customers well into the future. As a steward of the land, we are committed to cultivating a beautiful, productive, and sustainable environment. Whether it's reducing emissions, conserving water, or increasing energy efficiency, we work to reduce our environmental footprint with the innovation of our products and the operation of our global manufacturing facilities. Building on the Toro Company's legacy of excellence, we look to our rich history to guide us forward. Because as we fulfill our mission to deliver superior innovation and superior customer care, we honor what got us here.
Toro developed gear-driven technology for turf, and we've been producing turf irrigation products since 1962. Over this time, the Toro sprinkler has been continually improved. Today, in addition to our range of flex sprinklers, we have an unequal product in the Infinity. The Infinity with Smart Access allows access to the solenoid coil, the actuator, pressure regulation valve, and Link Smart module from the top of the sprinkler without any damage to the surrounding turf. This can also be done with the water on. The Infinity with Smart Access also enables to change nozzles out without removing the cap, changing arc adjustment without tools, and also operates a full circle, part circle in one sprinkler. At the Toro Company, we continue to develop products that enable existing customers to upgrade their irrigation systems. These products include central computer upgrades, field controller upgrades, both two-wire and satellite platforms, and also sprinkler upgrades. The Toro Conversion Assembly provides customers with early Toro sprinklers and competitive product to have features and benefits of today's technology. These include ease of service, easy nozzle changeouts, trajectory adjustment, arc adjustment, and also a ratcheting riser to protect the gear drive. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, the Toro Company continues to develop our two field controller platforms, both the two-wire system and the satellite system. Today, we introduce the latest technology with two-wire systems, the Link Smart Hub and Link Smart Module. This is the third generation of the two-wire system development. The Link Smart Hub enables the user to access the irrigation program and diagnostics in the field. It also allows the irrigation programs to be stored in the field separate to the central computer. This is a benefit in the case of the central computer goes offline. The irrigation system will continue to operate without the central. This is a key advantage to Toro. Next slide. Link Smart Satellite is the latest offering from Toro on the satellite platform. This satellite platform provides in-field diagnostics, in-field operation of the irrigation system, like the Link Smart Hub, a place for the irrigation program to be stored. But like the Link Smart Hub, the Link Smart Satellite also operates to the second. This is extremely important in conserving water, in particular with part circle sprinklers. Unlike our competitors, the Link Smart Hub and Link Smart Satellite does not round off the runtime to the minute. It runs to the second. Toro has a dedicated global support network for our Links Central Systems. NSN, National Support Network, is a service provided to Toro customers to support the Links Central software and firmware. This is a global network providing 24/7 support remotely.
NSN is the Toro National Support Network, and what we do here is we provide support for large turf irrigation customers. So when they purchase a Toro irrigation system, they get 24/7 support for their irrigation system, so they can call us whenever they need help. Along with that, if there is any problem with that equipment that they've purchased, we will replace that equipment within the next business day.
When a customer needs to get a hold of us because they're having an issue and they pick up the phone and they call 1-800-ASK-TORO, they're calling because they need help fixing a problem. And it's very important for us that we're able to respond as quickly as possible, where we're able to take care of them as quickly as possible, and we want to do what we can as quickly as we can to help them
We have 3 different facilities around the globe. So our primary facility is here in Abilene, Texas. We have a facility in Brisbane, Australia, and then we also have a facility in Oevel, Belgium.
All of our staff here is very highly trained. Everyone knows what the customer is facing and dealing with.
We send them out to get help desk certified. We also make sure that they get their irrigator's license. We make sure that they are experienced with all of our different field hardware. When we're on the phone with a customer, sometimes we get stumped. So what our technicians will do is they will go into the lab and try to replicate exactly what the customer is experiencing.
Being able to duplicate exactly what's happening on site helps tremendously. I could grab their data and I can physically simulate everything they've got out there right here in my lab.
We believe in rapid replacement to get the customer up as quick as possible and as soon as possible. So if it's deemed that a piece needs to be replaced, we will go ahead and pull the order and get it configured, set up to their specific setup, and then we will quality control check it, make sure everything is good for a final thorough check, get it boxed up, label it, and get it sent out.
We build all the computers ourselves, so we source the individual components to make sure that it's going to work exactly how they would expect it to work.
When they get the computer, they'll plug it in and you'll see a phone number to call to get them set up and unlock their software and get their database transferred from whatever they saved it on.
That initial contact is very important, that we let them know exactly what they purchased, what it comes with, what it covers. At that point, start building that relationship so that they don't think of us as the phone support center he has to call, but my MSN friends that are going to help me out.
I am on your side. I'll do whatever I can to get you there, to get you to a place where we can make sure everything functions.
It's all about relationships and making sure that we continue to make that investment in those relationships because we're dedicated to serving our customers. That's what it's all about.
Toro has long-term partnerships with irrigation professionals globally. In India, we have 2 distributors in Irrigation Products International and Surge Systems. We work closely with both organisations to provide the highest level of after-sales support and products when required. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all again for the opportunity to be part of this online event. And I wish you all a great experience. Thank you. Hello and
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in-head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
when gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports. History gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-sized soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Hi, good evening, everybody. I am Vijit Nandrajog from Golf Design India, golf architect. We've been in this golf course design and construction industry for over 15 years. A company called Golf Design India has been involved in designing and construction of over 50 projects throughout the country. I'm here to talk about golf course architecture in India and the trends that I feel would be there for everybody to see for the future in terms of golf course architecture in the country. So just a quick overview about our company. So I'm the principal architect for Golf Design India. I'm an MSc in golf architecture myself from Scotland. Also the General Secretary for the GCS MAI and the PGA of India. And our company Golf Design India provides comprehensive golf course development and design solutions, right from golf course designing, construction to renovations of existing golf courses. We've been fortunate to work on a lot of projects, some of the very reputed and big clubs in the country, including Delhi Golf Course, Noida, Panchkula, Chandigarh, Toliganj, to name a few. And we've developed new golf courses for real estate companies like Godrej, Adani, Supertech, as well as a lot of government authorities like the railways and tourism, state tourism authorities as well. So before coming on to the trends in golf architecture, I just thought I'll put together a few slides just to show how the game and golf architecture has evolved through the years. So, and so as we all know, golf started back in sometime in the 14th century in Scotland. You have records showing golf being played, a game like golf being played in Scotland as well as China and Holland as well in the 15th century. Basically, that was a game that people used to play, hitting pebbles with the wooden sticks around in the sand dunes in the Linksland. That's how the game started. It was not before the 1700s actually that the game was formalized, and the first 13 rules of golf were put together by the Honorary Company of Edinburgh Golfers out of Muirfield in Scotland in 1744. And then in the 1800s is when golf course development started happening in the British Isles. Links golf courses were built all across Scotland and Ireland and England. And old Tom Morris, who was the greenskeeper at St Andrews, the old course at St Andrews, was responsible for setting up a lot of golf courses, a lot of classic links golf courses in Scotland, including Prestwick, which was where the first British Open, I think the first 9 British Opens were held in Prestwick starting 1860. So if you look at the history of golf course architecture, or rather how golf courses came up, primarily in the old days, golf was played on linksland, which is the land that links the sea to the farmland. This strip of land usually is a narrow strip of land, which is not conducive for farming. And people started using this for recreational activities, and golf was also played in this natural land here, which had the natural topography, natural rolling topography, natural sand dunes, so ideal place to hit a ball, knock a ball around on the ground, along the ground. Then with the expansion of the railways, that is when golf course development started happening inland as well. So as and when the railways expanded through the UK, through the British Isles, golf courses were developed, wherein even till date, this picture that you see on screen is from Royal Troon British Open site, and the railroad track is almost that is in play, and this is not unusual. So if you go to Scotland and play some of the old traditional links there, you have a lot of golf holes where you have railway tracks in play, and I've lost a few balls, more than my share, on the railway tracks there. So golf reached America in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So India obviously has a much more richer history in terms of golf than the United States. So, but the early golf courses in the US were not really comparable in terms of the quality of the design, etc., with the golf courses in UK, because there was not too much expertise there, and it was only in the 1920s that golf course architecture started booming in America. This is what is known as the golden age of golf course architecture, where you had classic golf courses built all across America. Some of the top legendary golf architects like Alister MacKenzie, Donald Ross, Tillinghast, George Crump, George Thomas, these guys collaborated also very closely together and built some classic golf courses, most of which are still top-ranked golf courses in the world. So if you look at the top ranking, pick up any magazine, be it Golf Digest, Golf Weekly, Golf Magazine, whatever, the top 20 golf courses are dominated by golf courses that were built in the golden age of golf architecture in the 1920s. So everybody who is associated with the game of golf or golf architecture owes a big debt to these designers who built these classic golf courses back in the 90s, 20s, and 30s. Then moving on, post the World War, this is when the modernization of golf courses happened. This is when golf courses started becoming longer, tougher, penal, lots of water hazards, lots of bunkers, Plus, the trend of signature branding of golf courses started. So you had signature names, golf courses cropping up everywhere. And obviously that had its marketing value. Also, there's a big shift from the old link style traditional looking golf courses to very well manicured and maintained golf courses with wall-to-wall carpeting, lush green turf. So that was the modern era for golf course design and architecture. Back in the day, I think there were 500 to 800 golf courses being built in the States every year. And most of them were built similar to this picture that you see. Now, fortunately, golf architecture has come a full circle. We're back to sort of the traditional style of golf architecture again. So all the top new golf courses that you see around the world have this. We've gone back to the old style of golf architecture where you have native areas coming in play, using the ground game more. So a lot of link style playability characteristics are instilled in the design these days. Plus, the strategy of the game of golf is revived. So back in the modern era of golf architecture, most of the golf courses, I won't say all, but majority of the golf courses were built on the penal school of golf course architecture, where you had a lot of water bodies, a lot of bunkers. So the angles of play were taken away. Now, luckily, that's all changing. And most of the golf courses that are being built now have strategic value and short values in most golf holes. Plus, I think there's a big role that sustainability and the awareness amongst golfers is played, getting this architecture style back in trend now. So obviously people have realized that such golf courses are much more sustainable because you're not forcing your design on the ground. You're playing with what nature provides you. Use the natural topography of the site more and incorporate that into the design in a natural form. Plus, golfers have realized that you don't have to have wall-to-wall carpeting or lush green, pristine playing surfaces. Even a golf course like this is healthy turf, and to my eye, it looks much better than a wall-to-wall green golf course. This adds so much texture and so much color to the golf course, to the landscape. So talking about the history of golf and architecture in India, obviously the Royal Calcutta Golf Club is the oldest golf course built in India. Back in 1829, the British, in fact, built a lot of golf courses in India, pre-independence, including Trivandrum Golf Club and Bangalore and Shillong and Madras. A lot of these old golf courses have been lost, unfortunately, but we obviously have a very rich history in golf. So although we had a lot of golf courses pre-independence, it wasn't really a common man's game back then. I'm not saying it is now, but it wasn't back then as well. And that was mainly because we didn't have any, it was restricted to the British for playing golf. Even after independence, immediately after independence, it didn't start, booming because there was hardly any middle class, and the emphasis was on the economy, to get the economy up and running. So it was till much later that golf became popular. The IGA was set up in 1955 to take control and promote and develop the game of golf amongst the masses. It still is very active and conducts amateur tournaments, like you all know. But it was Ali Sher's victory in the Indian Open in 1999, which I think created awareness of the game of golf amongst the masses. It took everybody by surprise, his victory. He also won the Arjuna Award, and people started taking interest in the game of golf then. Then after that is when golf course development actually started happening. All the modern golf courses that you see, ITC Classic Golf Course was the first ever signature golf course built in India, a Jack Nicklaus design. That also the DLF golf course, originally designed by Arnold Palmer, now the Gary Player golf course, which is built over it. And golf courses like the JP Greens, which is probably one of the first golf-based housing township in India, showed everybody the way how real estate and golf can be built or designed in a cohesive manner. This model obviously has been replicated very successfully throughout the country since then. Now coming to where we are as a golf architect who travels around the country. There are obviously big challenges that we face in terms of golf development. The major challenge obviously is putting the land required together. So you need a parcel of 200 to 300 acres of land to build a proper championship level golf course. And doing that in India obviously has its challenges. Land acquisition is not very easy. You've got to deal with, farmers and landowners who own small parcels of land, and getting permits and rights to build golf courses also is a challenge. Then a big market that I've seen, big challenge that I've seen is creating new golf markets in India. So if you look at where golf courses are, located in India, if you take out the Delhi NCR region and Bangalore, you hardly have any, or even Ahmedabad these days. Take these three cities out, you hardly have any major new developments happening elsewhere. So we must look at this aspect, also create new markets. We had Wing Commander Bagmar and Ranjit sir yesterday, who've made small 9-hole golf courses in Nasik and Aurangabad. And that's fantastic. That's opening up new markets for golf. Having small golf courses, introducing the game of golf to to children there, and that's the way to go. So I think that's one of the biggest challenges we face. New golfers and increase in club memberships, even amongst the big golf clubs here in Delhi and NCR. I feel even during the weekdays, golfer traffic can be increased. That's always going to be a challenge to keep the golf course full, all golf courses full, but that's something that we need to work on. Accessibility, it's still not a common man's game, although the government and a lot of state governments also are pumping in money, giving us land to build public golf courses, but still we have a long way to go to give facilities and infrastructure which is accessible for the common man. And we spoke about sustainability of golf courses at length yesterday. That's going to be a challenge for us in the years to come anyway. So the trends in golf architecture in India, like I see it, my personal view on this is it's just trying to show, or rather discuss, where I think golf architecture would head in the next few years. I would say there's going to be a major shift in how much money and resource is put down to build a golf course. We've seen a lot of golf courses pumping in a lot of money during construction. And I think over a period of the next 5-10 years, we'll see a lot of golf courses which are not very, very high end in terms of construction costs, but you'll see golf courses being constructed in a more sustainable way, more economical developments throughout the country. So construction methods like the USGA greens, etc., which unfortunately have been overused, even on sites where USGA greens are not required. A lot of times USGA greens are built just because they're trendy, or just because the person next door is building USGA greens. So all that I think is going to change. People are going to realize you don't need to actually spend a lot of money if to build a proper golf course. If you select the right kind of site, you have the right team, it can be done in a very efficient manner. Another major trend that I see is the irrigation systems. And although Hunter and Toro, two of the biggest irrigation companies in the country, are sponsors of the event, but I feel the irrigation scope is going to reduce. Gone are the days where you had wall-to-wall irrigation systems. I think the way to go is to reduce the irrigation areas, have limited turf, and use water, carefully and responsibly. The picture that you see on the left side, is a prime example of, how a golf course can be built in an efficient manner if you have the right site, the right team. Sandhills Golf Course is a prime example of this. This is ranked in the top 20 golf courses in the world, built on hardly, any land change was done when this golf course was built. So selecting the right site, having the right team, and creating a unique golf course doesn't require too much money. Then the look and style of the golf course, I think such golf courses that you see in the picture right now is what is happening across the world. This is a famous golf course in the States, Bandon Dunes. And such kind of golf courses, I don't think we've seen anywhere in India. This is a prime example of sustainable golf, a golf course which sort of uses the ground game, brings the ground game in play, using the natural contours of the land. To my eye, it's much more appealing than just a wall-to-wall green golf course. So the golfers' perception of the game is also shifting in the country, I see. So everywhere I travel, I understand that golfers are becoming more aware of what good golf architecture is and what qualities a golf course should have to create interest in the game of golf. So I think such golf courses would come up all over the country also. Then the signature branding trend is also not as big as it used to be. Obviously, you have the value of signature branding. You can't take that away. Certain times you need that on certain kind of projects, but not all projects require signature branding. Prime example here, the Rio Olympics golf course built for the Rio 2016 Olympics was not designed by a big brand. Gil Hanse at that time wasn't really a big name in golf architecture, at least in countries like India. So winning that contract for him over many big brands and signature names was a big step in showing that you actually don't need big signature names to create successful and good golf courses. So that's a trend I think that is bound to happen here in the country also. Then a big trend that I have seen abroad is destination golf. Back in the States 15-20 years ago, when this golf course Sandhills was built in Oregon in the middle of nowhere, people were a little skeptical if anybody would go there. But the success of this projects like Brandon Dunes goes on to show that if you build a good golf course, even if it's away from town, away from the population, golfers would travel there, provided you have a world-class facility, world-class golf course. And India obviously has spectacular sites in abundance. So once these sites are used for golf and we create golf destinations, maybe have multiple golf courses in one particular region, I'm sure golfers would travel there. So that trend would also pick up in our country. In fact, it's already begun. Our company is involved in designing a golf course in Ladakh for the J&K tourism. So I see this coming up as a big destination for golf also. Once this is done, it's going to be an 18-hole championship level golf course. So such endeavors are being taken up in other states also all across the country by the government and private individuals also. Then the trend of multi-golf facilities is obviously bound to come up in India soon. You have Mission Hills in China, you have Brandon Dunes, you have St Andrews in Scotland, you have multiple golf courses in the same facility. And you have golfers traveling from all over the world. I'm sure all of you have traveled to Mission Hills also to see and play golf there. So such facilities definitely would be built and developed in India. It's only a matter of time. In fact, some of the government authorities have also started doing this, like the Noida Authority. It already has the Noida golf course, and they're building another one within a span of 5 kilometers from the existing golf course. So we're designing that golf course for the Noida Authority. It's going to be an 18-hole championship level golf course again. So you will have 2 golf courses for the residents of Noida and for the members of the Noida golf course to enjoy. So this trend has already begun in the country for having multi-golf facilities. Then I spoke about this yesterday also, more 9-hole golf courses, more short golf courses. Majority of the work that we're doing or any golf architect is doing in India, I would say, is short 9-hole golf courses. Mainly with real estate or standalone golf courses, but these golf courses use up less land, can be built in less time, using less money. They're much more enjoyable to play, quicker to play, and ideal for new markets. So if this project that you see here, this is the golf course that we are designing in Chhattisgarh. So obviously a state where golf is not very popular. And this is an ideal way to introduce golf to a new city or a new state. So golfers who pick up the game, beginner golfers are not intimidated by walking onto a big championship golf course. So you have small, friendly golf courses to introduce the game of golf to beginners, especially in new markets. And this is a trend that is I see is happening on a lot of states across the country. Then real estate centering golf development obviously is happening all across the country. It has been happening for the last 20 odd years or so, and it's definitely has its advantages. Selling real estate with a golf course is much more lucrative for the developer, and such plans have been very successful in the past, and there's no reason why they won't be in the future as well. Then something that I'm very passionate about, and I try and incorporate in most of my designs, especially the 9-holers that I do, is to use the land not only for golf but for other facilities as well. These pictures that you see for a golf course, I designed about 10-12 years ago in Tamil Nadu. So this is a golf course, a small 9-hole golf course with 2 par 4s and rest par 3s, built in the tea gardens in the Nilgiri Hills. And we created a botanical garden within the golf course. To the bottom right picture that you see, the person in the red t-shirt is actually playing the same hole that you see on the left side of the screen. So you have a botanical garden within the golf course. You have a winding path through the golf course. You have non-golfers coming in, honeymoon couples coming in and clicking pictures, which also not only gives the developer added revenue and added footfall, but also adds more color to the entire development. We also designed a horse riding arena there, so a multiple use facility. So there's no reason why a golf course should be gated and fenced and nobody should be able to enter a golf course. I believe if it's designed in a nice way, you can have other facilities incorporated in the same land. So you have very good examples of other sports or other activities that can be designed within the golf course as well without interfering in play. Then, like I mentioned, the government is doing its bit to create golf facilities. We are working on 2 18-hole golf courses for the government, one for the DDA, the Balaswa golf course, the extension of the Balaswa golf course from a 9-hole to the 18-hole golf course, and for CIDCO in Navi Mumbai for extension of its existing golf course to 18-hole golf course as well. So very soon golfers would have more public facilities to start playing golf and learning the game of golf, which is fantastic. Ultimately, I believe that we have to make golf a fun and enjoyable pastime. It's a game. It has to be fun and enjoyable for golfers of all abilities. This picture that you see is a small 9-hole golf course that we designed for the Godrej properties in Greater Noida. A 9-hole golf course with par 3s, but done in a very unique way. Try to introduce new features here. So the picture that you see here, you see the tee boxes. There are no markers on the tee boxes here. So the tees are all randomly shaped in different levels. So the golfers are free to play wherever they want to. So if one day a 4-ball chooses to use the back tee, they can use the right section of the tee the next day, have a completely different angle and a different yardage for the same hole each and every day. So that adds more flexibility, a bit of fun that golfers can have on a day-to-day basis. Then also the sustainability angle that I spoke about is also very evident here in this picture. So you see the swale that runs through the site. So all the surface drainage water is collected into the swale, and from where it drains into the central pond where you see the island green is designed. So and the same water is used back for the irrigation for the entire golf course. So a very efficient water management system has been designed for the course. And it adds a lot of color, a lot of texture to the golf course. The swale has been planted with natural native vegetation that thrives in wet conditions. So the golf course would have a different color, different feel at different times of the year. So monsoons, this picture is just before the monsoons. During monsoons, the swale would be more lively, more colorful, and in the winters it will be dry and even playable for a lot of holes. So this adds a lot of color, a lot of texture to the overall development, and makes the game fun and enjoyable. That's the name of the game. I think you have to create golf courses that are fun and enjoyable. Nobody wants to be punished for 5 years, 5 hours when they're on the golf course. So just to conclude, I hope this is the beginning of for golden age of golf architecture in India, and I think we're in the we're at the stage where we can see very unique developments happening in the country, and I would like to believe my company Golf Design India would be at the forefront at changing the face of golf course architecture in India and creating unique golf courses which golfers can enjoy for years and years to come. So that's it. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. There's a question from Rishi. Vijit, how does one have to study to become a golf architect? Unfortunately, Rishi, there's no course anymore anywhere in the country. When I went to Scotland, there was a golf course, the Masters in Golf Course Architecture in Edinburgh, Edinburgh College of Art, which is part of the Edinburgh University. They were offering this master's course in golf architecture, but there weren't enough takers, I guess. After a couple of years that I had passed out, I think that that program stopped, and I don't know of any university anywhere in the world that offers a golf-specific architecture degree. Most common way is basically all the top golf architects in the States, especially, basically come from the landscape architecture school. So they're landscape architects, or they study landscape architecture and major, or they do their specific, the thesis in golf architecture. That's how a lot of top golf course architects like Tom Doak and Gil Hansen, these guys have gone on to become golf architects. They've gone to Cornell University and specialized in golf, taken 1 year off, gone to Scotland, Ireland, studied golf, seen golf courses there, and that's how they've become golf architects. So unfortunately, there's no course that you can do anymore.
Yeah, Vijit, one question I had on a lighter vein. So do we understand this, that after you finished your degree, they decided to close down that course?
Yeah, they thought they can't have a better product than me. I think they decided to just close it down, I guess.
Okay, I have a question, Vijit. I mean, in a country like India, where golf awareness is very, very limited, and we tend to live in colonial past, 19th century. I mean, we don't seem to have come to 21st century at all. We still live in 19th century. So what do you think that designing facilities, smaller facilities, which may not be so slick, something on the lines of public courses in US, is there a market for that in India?
Sir, I would...
There's a necessity for it.
Sir, I would request you to repeat the question because there was some echo on my computer. I couldn't understand the first half.
What I was saying, in a country like India, where awareness about golf is very limited, once the Britishers went away, there has been a void. And we tend to talk a lot about our colonial past as far as golf is concerned. I think we probably need a little bit of smaller facilities in smaller places, which may be less cost intensive. They may be less landscape oriented. So do we have a market for that, or do we?
100%, sir. So I mentioned this during my presentation also. Majority of our work that we are doing are smaller 9-hole golf courses in newer markets, states like Bihar and Chhattisgarh. So, those golf courses are so friendly for a beginner golfer. They're not intimidated to walk onto that particular golf course. So, like I also yesterday we saw Wing Commander Bagmar and Ranjit sir talk about their golf courses. I think that's a fantastic model. Build small 9-hole golf courses, efficiently use the natural land, don't do anything fancy, start promoting the game of golf, and you can always upgrade your golf course as you go along. You don't need to do too much to create a golf course and start off with a golf course. I think that's the way to go. You're spot on, absolutely, sir, there.
Okay, there's a question from the audience. The density of golf courses is highest in Assam. There are many functional golf courses playing here, but most of these courses need facelift. Will you be interested in developing these courses? I think I can answer this.
Of course. Absolutely, it will be a pleasure. Yes, absolutely, yes.
Provided there's some budget at least.
Yeah. No, I would love to, sir, and I'm anyways very interested in seeing the old golf courses in the Northeast. I haven't seen too many. I know, Arun sir, you've told me of the rich history and how many golf courses there are in the Northeast. I haven't traveled there too much. I've seen a few, but I'd love to spend maybe, just if I can, I'm just saying it, maybe it's not feasible, but I'd love to spend a month or two in the Northeast, go travel around, see these golf courses, provide whatever help I can. That'll be wonderful if I'm able to contribute in any other way.
Please do that, and I'll provide you the guide services.
Right.
There's another question: should golf courses avoid the trend of island greens because that intimidates beginners?
That's again from Rishi. It's spot on. I think I personally am not a fan of island greens, but like you would know, Rishi, and a lot of clients demand for an island green. Unfortunately, sometimes we architects have to give in to such demands. So I am 100% with you. They're not really for beginners. So what I try and do for every island green that I have to design or make, at least there's enough bailout around the island. It's not strictly an island, although it can appear to be a very tight hole. But I'll try and create some bailout around the green, decrease the yardage, or make the green, very friendly. So in terms of how it receives the golf balls off the tee. So that's something that we can't really avoid, but you're right about that for sure.
And you should be very encouraged. There's a message from Mr. Nagesh Singh, who says that the government may be willing to invest. Please come and be our guest. That is for the Northeast.
Oh, fantastic, sir. I would love to. I'll get in touch with you, sir. Thank you so much, and I'll get in touch with you, and I'd love to be, love to add value if I can, for sure.
There's another question which is about potential of artificial turf and smaller courses in India.
Yeah, I think we spoke about the smaller courses. There's huge potential. Artificial turf, I'm not very sure about. Personally, I don't have too much experience on playing and building golf courses with artificial turf. From what I know, from limited experience that I have, there's a big gap in the playability standards and characteristics of artificial turf versus natural turf. And it's also a myth that artificial turfs don't require any maintenance. They also require top dressing and irrigation, like you pointed out yesterday, sir. So it's actually, I don't think it might prove to be slightly more expensive than doing a natural turf golf course, unless you have some constraint like shade issues or there's no sunlight, etc. There's no reason why you would pick artificial turf over natural turf.
I guess artificial turf will work in places like terraces where you have built up area underneath. But you're right. There's a myth that you don't need any maintenance. You need top dressing, not only from sand. You also need a lot of granules, which if you don't do it, the life actually halves of synthetic turf of any kind.
Sure. And you're spot on, sir, about the terraces and everything. In US, there's a big trend of making backyard greens and academies. So a lot of short game academies are being built with artificial turf, designed very well. And, a lot of pros, in fact, also, a lot of PGA pros have built backyard greens and short game practice areas for their personal use using artificial turf. So there's definitely potential there, but I don't have enough experience with that to answer this in detail, honestly. Right, sir?
I think there are no further questions. Thank you, Vijit, for a very enlightening presentation. Thank you for taking so many questions. And obviously, I can see that you're going to be in the Northeast very soon, and you know who to ask for the guides.
I can see you'll be with me, sir. Absolutely.
You know who to ask for the guide services.
Much more than that.
Thank you.
Not just guide services. I'm sure there'll be much more than that, sir. Thank you. Thanks.
The Realmaster 5010H from Toro. This is the industry's first and only fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system, providing an average fuel savings of 20%, with plenty of power to perform in the toughest turf conditions. Toro's hybrid design also ensures that the reel speed stays consistent, so you'll get a superior cut along with reduced service time and maintenance expense. And the Realmaster 5010H delivers all the quality, performance, and reliability that you expect from a Toro. Hybrid innovation starts with Toro's exclusive Power Match technology. Power Match monitors operating conditions in real time, then uses the mower's diesel engine in combination with a 48-volt battery pack to distribute the precise amount of power required for any given set of conditions. You'll get all the power you need, 40-plus horses, but only when you need it. That means the power to perform with no waste. The Realmaster 5010H is a winner when it comes to reliability, too. It's built on Toro's proven 5010 platform and uses our industry-leading DPA cutting units, groomers, and other accessories. The electrically powered cutting units deliver a consistent cut with a more efficient design and no hydraulic fluid to contend with. That makes them easier to service and maintain, a real savings to your bottom line. So if you're ready for a future where fuel efficiency, sustainability, and great performance rule, check out the first fairway mower with a true hybrid drive system. The Realmaster 5010H, only from Toro. Count on it.
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
When gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports, history gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-size soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Guys, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? My video has been turned off by the host. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. Can everybody hear this clearly?
I can hear you.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Okay, super. So I'm just going to quickly introduce the panelists. Start with obviously a gentleman who needs no introduction, president of GCS-MAI, and we also have Indrajit, the two principal architects of this whole show, Arun Singh and Indrajit Bhalotia, the head of ProTouch Sports. We also have two guests who I think may not be in India with us. Gaurav, are you in Latvia right now? Or are you in India now?
Hi, good evening, Rishi. Yes, I'm currently in Riga, Latvia.
Okay, so Gaurav Sial is the founder of Excellence Golf Management, and Major Mahmudur Rahman is the Honorary Joint Secretary of the Bangladesh PGA. Am I right? Major Rahman, this is the PGA of Bangladesh, right? And you're in, Major Rahman, can you hear us? Okay. Are you able to hear me, Major Rahman?
Sorry, I cannot hear you properly. Let me fix my audio, please. Give me a second. Yeah, I cannot hear you properly. Yeah, I think it's my problem.
Okay, so we'll just keep rolling along. So we've got a nice group of quite diverse people here, and the way we're going to do this session is I'm going to ask questions to everybody turn by turn, and if anybody else on the panel would like to add something to the answer, then please feel free to do that. And then at the end we'll take some questions and answers from people who are watching. So basically the way I see it, everybody's got some unique. Major Rahman? Okay, so everybody's got some unique insights to bring to this panel. I'd like to talk to Wing Commander Arun Singh about a large overview of careers in golf industry and some questions about where he sees opportunities for people. Then we'll talk to Indrajit, because Indrajit has a unique experience of actually creating a proper academic structure jointly with a college in Calcutta. And he's also, giving opportunity to a lot of youngsters to come in at his academy. So we'll talk to him about that. Gaurav has spent 4 years in Saudi Arabia. So Gaurav, we'd really like to hear from you about that, because Saudi Arabia appears to be the hottest golf development destination today in the world, if you go by the kind of plans that they've announced. So we'd like to talk to you about, your experience there and what are the opportunities you see there for people in the audience and for people looking at enhancing their golf careers. And then we'll talk to Major Rahman, who will tell us, a lot of us don't know that much about what's happening in golf in Bangladesh. So we'd like to hear from him about the interest in golf and, the kind of opportunities that are coming up in Bangladesh in the future. So that just gives you kind of an overall view of where I'd like to, go with the panelists. But of course, as I mentioned, when we ask questions, any of the other panelists who'd like to jump in, please, feel free and, add to the answer. So we'll start with Wing Commander Arun Singh. And just wanted, an overview. Today, obviously, we have the superintendents and managers opportunity is the biggest one in India, because with 200 odd golf courses, you would think that there's opportunity for 300 to 400 superintendents. There should be opportunities for 200 to 400 people in terms of management, right? So if a person today wants to get in and make this either as a superintendent or a manager of a golf club, what's the best way to get into that as a career? What would you suggest to a youngster who's trying to get into the golf industry?
Rishi, the best way at the first step would be to become a member of GCS-MAI.
Perfect.
That will be the first step. Primarily not for anything else, but because it opens your eyes, it provides you information about venues which are available. As we all know, among all the sports, a golf course is the biggest employment generator, and that is something which policymakers should take note of. As compared to any other sport, golf is the biggest employment generator. And while we may see players, we may see coaches in the forefront, we may see even some operations people in the forefront, there's a lot of employment which is in the background. And greenkeepers, other staff, they come into it. Traditionally, there is one flaw which the golf course managements do in India primarily, because it's not their fault. It was, to some extent, it's lack of information. To some extent, it's lack of financial success for most of the projects. So there has been a tendency that you could actually have someone who is doing horticulture, and horticulture not of the highest order. Someone who's a lawn mower or a lawn keeper can also become a greenkeeper. There's a flaw in that, primarily because a greenkeeper must understand the requirement of the sport as such. A golf course comes under more stress. The grass is under more stress because of lower mowing. You have a specialized grass, you have specialized irrigation, etc. Now, coming to how do you get into that, there are short-term courses which are available in Asia. There are also short-term apprenticeship which are available, but primarily US is the fountainhead of golf in the world as of now. So if you go to US, there are short-term courses available which give you a lot. But what I would suggest is what the European Golf Association used to follow. A lot of apprenticeship after you gain basic knowledge, because apprenticeship is necessary. You have got to work with your hands, and you got to understand the machinery. So while you have certain amount of theoretical knowledge, in India, a lot of greenkeeping comes, there's also a basic supply of talent in India through agricultural colleges. Agricultural colleges do provide a similar field of study, and you understand the botanical aspects, you understand the fertilization. There's only a difference. I mean, why these short-term courses are necessary is because you need to reorient yourself to the requirement of golf. When you do agriculture, grass is generally a weed. I mean, there's no one who grows grasses. So you got to think of grasses which take more stress. And while they take more stress, in golf, you got to have an optimum stress. Why you keep the turf under stress, but you also don't want the turf to be underfed. So this balance comes to the fore with a lot of practical experience. And what is important for the golf course managements in India is to understand that you cannot get people to do greenkeeping just because they have maintained a small lawn somewhere. So once this cycle comes in, and that's where I think our association comes into play, that we try and reach out to golf courses in India. We try to reach out to the people who matter, who are decision makers, and we bring certain amount of respectability to the career of a greenkeeper. If you go back again abroad, so if you go to Scotland, a lot of traditional old golf courses have had the same greenkeeper for 20 years, 25 years, long careers in the same place. Why? Because Scotland is very varied. The grasses are very varied. So you want them to be very, very conversant with the local ecosystem. US follows a slightly different model. US is like a career where people keep changing every 3 years, every 4 years, every 2 years. The accountability is high. So I think there are avenues and they should be taken. So agricultural colleges, short-term courses, certain amount of education through practical involvement. That is how a career will be built. And it's not a very simple career. It's a difficult career. So it needs that respect and recognition from the golf course managements.
Right. No, that's great advice. And yes, it is a career that has quite a lot of challenges. It's not as easy as it looks to some people that, just growing grass, what's the big deal? So you mentioned agricultural colleges. Could you name a couple of them in India who you could say?
Oh, yes. You have a Pantnagar University, which is devoted to agriculture. You have a Jabalpur Jawaharlal Nehru University, which is devoted to agriculture. You have a Punjab Agricultural University in Ludhiana. You have actually agricultural universities in India.
So that's
And,
a good place to start, is it? With the
yes, it's a good place to start.
Okay.
But you must understand that a lot of people need not have a degree to go only to become a greenkeeper, because the degree is much more varied. It's for agricultural produce. It's to enhance the green revolution.
So
Golf course careers to a great extent is also about mowing. It's about a little bit of destruction. It's not only about, in fact, a lot of golf courses have gone to seeds because they have copied greenkeeping from agricultural practices. And Scotland has not been an exception. I mean, the history of greenkeeping in Scotland does show that the first greenkeepers were good players. I mean, they were professionals. The old Tom, for example, is probably the first greenkeeper in the world. So they were the people who were giving advice. Unfortunately, in India, if you go back 25, 30 years ago, a lot of golf courses had a professional who doubled up as a greenkeeper, as a course marker, and also gave decision on the rules. Slowly, we have tried to over-specialize these things, and we have lost some of that expertise, some of that human touch.
That's a really great point you made then, coming back to the earlier presentation that Vijit was making about the future of, smaller courses, and then there was some talk about the courses in the Northeast. And we all know that the biggest challenge with those courses is the shortage of resources. So then I think what you're saying is very pertinent, that people have to be, the people at these small golf courses that don't produce a lot of revenue, they have to multitask. So probably, the superintendent has to be the manager and maybe the coach and the referee, all mixed into one. Would you say that could be a model that helps these golf courses sustain themselves?
Without doubt. And I think that multitasking is necessary, and it is practiced not only in India, it's also practiced in smaller courses abroad. I think in the last few years, we have tended to glamorize certain roles, and we have tended to glamorize a certain amount of over-specialization. Over-specialization generally does not work in smaller enterprises, in any kind of business enterprises. So the old-fashioned Tom Morris or his reincarnations, which we had in India. I mean, for example, Mahinder Singh in Delhi.
Right.
I mean, was an old-fashioned professional golfer who also did certain marking of the course. He also, supervised labor. He knew what to expect. But then, you had very, very successful professionals who thought that they should only teach. So,
well,
but there is a market in the smaller courses, and there are enough professionals. I think Gaurav will be one of those people who will probably agree with what I'm saying. And of course, Indrajit is different. I mean, Indrajit has done a lot on education, and but essentially he's gone into the teaching academies.
Correct. So Indrajit, that gives a natural, we can move to you, because tell us about, what you're doing in terms of creating an academic structure and what the plans are, and what it.
So Rishi, before I get there, just to add to what Arun sir said, most of the courses in UK follow the same pattern. I mean, there are a lot of small golf courses where I've been to around UK, where you have the club pro who's taking care of everything, and there are only 3 or 4 people who are running that entire golf club. So I think that is a model that is followed, I think, across the world still. And it's only those really big golf courses with huge budgets which have specialized teams doing different stuff. Coming back to education, Rishi, I think as well. I teach at a business school, which is ISWBM. We've got a lot of kids from there, and I've been teaching there for 13 years. People actually in the golf industry think that the only job that you can have in the golf industry is being a player or as a coach.
Correct.
And nothing beyond that, but there are 13, 14 different things that you can do. For example, golf club operations, hospitality, F&B, golf architect, maintaining a golf course, of course, head professional, managing events, managing players, club fitting, repair, merchandising, there are retail. So there are different areas where people can specialize. And with your company or even with our company, what we see is that golf is such a different sport that if somebody is a sports management student, or if somebody is just a management student, they take months, maybe years to actually learn the golf industry. And that is where we came up with a specialized course in golf management with GCMAI. So we are working with them, and they recognize the course, and they helped us put this course together. And this course will prepare a person over a year. So when he comes to you or me for a job, he will be a lot more ready for the industry, and you will not have to spend months teaching him how to run basic things, whether it's a tournament, whether it's running operations, a facility, or anything, or retail. So we basically creating industry ready people. And now we've also tied up with iLead, so one can graduate in sports management, specialize also in golf. So today, a youngster, when he passes out of class 12, he doesn't have to finish his graduation and then get ready for the golf industry or the sports industry. He can do those 3 years into sports and specialize in golf or any other sport. So when he becomes a graduate, he's already ready to join your company or my company or any other company which is related to golf.
Got it. Does this course also? So is it a postgraduate course?
So we have two different. We have an online version which is not a postgraduate. It's a certificate course. So anyone who's passed out of class 10 can do this course. And then we have a course which is actually a recognized graduation course with iLead, with Muckout. So it's a West Bengal board, and you get a proper graduation degree on sports management doing this course. And then you can specialize in golf while you're doing this 3 years.
Okay, cool. And I would imagine that the specialization in golf entails some amount of on-ground practical training.
Of course. So we are tying up with, we've already tied up with 15, 20 companies who are related to golf. We'll be talking to you even, Rishi. So, they can come and intern with you for 2 months, 3 months. You will get somebody, you may even pick up a kid who's actually good, or you can see some potential. So this course will give you at least 3 months of internship with a golf company.
Okay. And what about, does your course also prepare people to go and work in operations at golf clubs and
absolutely?
Like
so
manager of the club?
Yes, it actually covers a lot of things. Rishi, I'll just tell you some of the subjects we cover. So we do basics of golf. So if somebody's not a golfer, we teach them golf. We give them a crash course in golf. They learn, there are separate subjects. One is golf merchandising and retail. So they learn how to handle retail, marketing basics, corporate communications, media. So one can even go into golf or sports journalism. They learn Microsoft Excel, facility management, player management, basics of coaching and club fitting, event management, even golf tourism. So we take care of everything. Little bit of greenkeeping is given by the GCSMI. So we take care of every single aspect. There are about 14 different areas where you could get a job in the golf industry, and we cover each and every aspect of that.
Okay. Wow, that's a really broad thing. And I think you're right. Most parents and most people generally have very little idea about the number of career opportunities that golf has to offer. And I think that is, something that we need to probably educate parents, that even if your kid doesn't make it as a top-notch player, because very few people can make a living as a professional tour player, but even if they can't be a coach, there's a lot of other things they can do. And I think that's
so just to add, Rishi, also there is a trend now. 15 years back, you saw everyone who was working in the golf industry was a golfer who tried playing and then probably couldn't make it, and then started either selling clubs, opening a shop, teaching, trying to do events. today you have youngsters actually coming out who have no connection with golf, but they want to get into the industry. So one guy might be a marketing genius, one guy could be a guy who's into retail and branding, and he wants to come into the industry. So the trend has now changed. It's not only the golfers who thought of playing golf and then came into this industry, but there are guys who are specialized or wanting to specialize in different aspects of marketing, retail, etc., and they are now coming into this industry.
So Indrajit, I mean, that's great to hear that there are people from a non-golfing background coming into golf, looking at a career. So tell me, for the people who are watching the show, if they want to inquire and try to find somebody to join their company or their club or whatever it may be, where do they go? Who do they contact?
So, so they could. We've got a website. So we've got a website where it's cfl.academy, where they could look. Even like I said, with the greenkeepers, with the association, also we are working closely. So even if they contact them, we could give them details. And that is one of the main reasons why we tied up. When I spoke to Arun sir, the whole synergy, the thing matched. With managers and greenkeepers. This association actually prepares people for the industry, and we are just giving the education. So the whole thing has kind of bonded together, and I think we are very easily accessible. So just Google search will find us because we are the only ones doing it at the moment in the country.
So it's called cfl.academy.
That's right. cfl.academy is where one could get details.
Sounds good.
And we also have a linkage with that. So I think
you can even go through GCSMAI and
yes,
they will link
exactly. Yes.
Great, because we'd love for your graduates to have jobs lined up before they graduate, so that attracts more people into the program.
Yeah. So Rishi, the first batch, we had 3-4 youngsters who passed out. One is already working with Tarun Sardesai. One is working with KNA Golf. So the first 2 kids who passed out and were actually looking for a job got absorbed straight away in the first couple of weeks of passing out.
Okay, sounds good. So Gaurav, let's move to you, because I'm sure with your last 4 years in Saudi Arabia, you can tell us, what's happening there, because it just sounds like they've got some amazing plans. They're planning to build, I don't know, 10, 15 golf courses in phase 1 and then another 15 courses in phase 2. So, India being so close to Saudi Arabia, and there being anyway a lot of people who go and work in the Middle East from India, what do you think are the opportunities there in Saudi Arabia now? Are there those opportunities?
Yes, it's developing, Rishi. They have the Saudi Golf Federation. Let me start with how they went about this. So the Saudi Golf Federation set up a body called Golf Saudi. You might have seen them sponsoring European Tour events and Ladies European Tour events in the last 2-3 years. They have a Vision 2030, which is the country's ruler, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has incorporated, where sports development is part of the Vision 2030, apart from other big infrastructure projects. They're looking at tourism, sports development, infrastructure projects, industrial development, because purely Saudi till lately was a very closed country. You didn't have tourism in the country. Your only tourism was religious tourism, which was to the Holy Lands. I was based in Safa Golf Club, which is about 100 kilometers away from Jeddah, in the King Abdullah University Township. It was operated and maintained by a company called MGS, which is a Saudi-based company who I had been recruited by. I initially joined as the marketing manager and membership manager for the golf club, which I did for 1 year, and worked under the golf club manager. Upon his resignation, and he had returned back to the UK and Ireland, I got an opportunity to get promoted up and was the golf club manager in that facility. In Saudi Arabia, currently, like you said, they have plans of development. So there are 6 private golf clubs in Saudi Arabia currently, which under the Golf Saudi banner, they want to develop further another 10 golf courses. linked to the big infrastructure township projects, which is like Diom and the Qiddiya Golf development outside Riyadh and other like the Red Sea development project and things like that. How we are viewed is basically our golf facility is a very private golf facility. Since it's based inside this private township, it's the membership is mainly expats and with a few local Saudi members. How they want to expand is they want to develop the infrastructure at the ground level. So they've recruited staff like their staffing is mainly from ex-Troon Golf from the UAE. Because the UAE, as you've seen, has been a rapid transformation of golf over the last 20 plus years as well. So they want to replicate that in Saudi Arabia. Going forward, you have to understand that with new golf courses developments there, they look at what's the accreditation of the applicant to different jobs. So you have to be associated with international bodies. The PGA is one big body which is in the UK and Europe, which you have to get accredited if you want to be a golf instructor or a golf professional in any of those academies. With the golf course maintenance in mind, you have to be part of either the GSCAA or the BIGA, which is in the UK. That's looking after the developing golf course managers or golf course superintendents or maintenance managers. You have to get a background in that, and then they possibly look into joining these new golf course developments. As for myself, like I'm a member of the Club Managers Association of Europe. I got accredited and went for the management development programs which were run in Dubai as part 1 and part 2 programs. And it was for all the club managers based in the Middle East to go through this program. Now, the GCS MAI, I can see they have a good footing in India now. Like they're a national body. They have the members are maintaining most of the golf facilities in India. And I guess they would have to look forward is developing more online programs, more seminars, getting more accredited with the American body or with BIGA and some of these international associations.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that if people from India want to try and get jobs in Saudi, looking at the golf boom that's coming on in the next 10 years, then they need to try and get some accreditation from these international associations and maybe attend some of their courses in the Middle East, etc. So these courses are held quite regularly even now in the Middle East, where Indians can Google it and try to figure out how to attend these courses?
Well, the Club Managers Association of Europe, for instance, they MDP programs available online now for you to purchase and attend the 1-week courses. With other associations, I'm not really sure.
Okay, I think that's a big advantage of actually the pandemic has really given a big impetus to online education. And whereas previously people felt, oh, I have to go to Scotland, I have to go to US to take a course. Now almost everybody is doing courses online. And I think that's something that people in India should look at more closely and figure out what are the online courses they can do in order to enhance their professional accreditation.
Yes, I also need to add is that for the GCS MAI members, a good course which they could look at is which I did 2 years back with the Ohio State University. It's accreditation in golf course management, where you are certified by them as to be a golf course manager.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because I think one of the areas that in India right now there's a bit of a gap, if I might say so, is that there is no proper system of accrediting or saying who's a professionally qualified golf club manager. It's something which usually, I mean, it's a bit unstructured. So probably that's an opportunity for GCS MAI and all of us to work together and try to figure out how to train and accredit and arrange continuing education for certified golf club managers, or here they're called golf secretaries. Arun, what would you say? I mean, to something like that, do you see that need existing in India?
Oh, definitely we need that. It's definitely needed. In fact, I'll go back to what Indrajit said and what I was saying when we're talking about professionals looking after everything. I think there's a great need for people who play golf and who play golf till some level to get involved in managing golf courses, especially the smaller facilities. And you were asking about agriculture university graduates. I think the smaller golf courses will never be able to afford them because they have alternative careers. So I think there is a need to also not only respect the greenkeeper, there's also a need to respect the golf professionals in a golf course. Managements need to respect them, take their advice, and do not resent the income which they get from their pro shops. I mean, they should not be trying. So once you do that, I think you'll have a certain amount of ecosystem. And I completely agree with what Gaurav and Indrajit are saying. We need shorter booster courses for people who are aware of this game, who can enhance the skill without taking time off from their livelihood and going abroad and making it much more expensive. There is a huge need for this online short courses. And that's a good way of going in. In fact, in Scotland, there was a saying that Scottish courses deteriorated when agriculturalists came onto the membership committees or on the management committees. They got the practices of agriculture into golf course management. And that is how the golf courses started deteriorating, overwatering, lack of drainage, etc.
Right. Okay.
So Rishi, just to add to Arun sir's points, the whole idea about doing this course, the course that we've done, and to have it recognized by this our association is basically, so there are a lot of people who are wanting to do this because it's recognized by the association, and it helps them get a job because there is some kind of a standard that is set. So that is the whole idea about us getting this course online, and we will be working on getting international recognition also, which will help both our association as well as the course to expand across India. We are already, there are a couple of people from Bangladesh who are interested in doing the course, and we will slowly go across to Malaysia, Singapore, because something similar to this, there's nothing in Asia. I think there's something in Australia, Europe, but there's no real course which helps you be a golf manager in Asia.
Right. Yeah, that's a great opportunity. I think that's good that you're taking it up. So since you mentioned Bangladesh, let's now move to Major Rahman. I think he's got everything sorted out, audio, video, everything. So
yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. And
thank you. Yeah, it's pleasure.
Where are you? You're in Dhaka, Chittagong?
Yeah, I think I can hear you properly. I think you can also hear me. Yeah, I'm based in Dhaka, basically. Yeah.
Okay, great. Tell us a little bit, because some of our listeners may not be familiar. How many golf courses are there in Bangladesh at the moment?
Okay. Yeah, I was listening almost all the seminars, at least for timing of that your organization. Excellent effort. I must first express my gratitude. I'm obliged to see such effort by you people. It's a pleasure. Yeah, we have only basically, golf is just growing in Bangladesh. We have only 18-hole course full, and then 20 other 9-hole course. So it's something like 25, and maybe another 3 to 5 less than that. So in total, 30 golf courses we have in Bangladesh. So if you ask me to tell something about today's subject, it's my personal experience, and also working in golf industry for more than 20 years. It is basically, though I'm based in Dhaka, I was working with the Professional Golf Festival in Bangladesh for a long time. So, and also that way I had to move around the world. Indrajit said correctly, in Asia, in fact, the golf industry in Asia is depth of penetration is very less. It depends. The career in golf industry have I seen in Europe and America, as Mr. Wingkamera Arun Singh sir told, is correct. The leading country of, depth of golf industry in America and also in Europe. The penetration of golf tourism, where there is a golf tourism, there is a golf industry. So in Asia, as we all know, it's Korea, it's China, it's Thailand, and your country a little bit is coming up, especially these two elements. If I talk about is golf tourism and another is golf industry. So golf industry market is again affected by this recent COVID. So a career in golf industry in Asia is a big question, because we don't have really, as you have been discussing, many of them, Mr. Gaurav especially said, American PGA has more than 12 university affiliation with 12 normal universities. They graduate people, they do masters. It is called PGM, Professional Golf Management. Then a lot of courses, short courses are there, but I'm talking about the career for long courses. Like they have a master's on golf, professional golf management. I at least know more than 12 universities. They are linked up with PGA, PGM. I mean, this is professional golf management. There is a division of PGA. They conduct all these career development courses and graduations program. In Asia, recently I was told by Malaysian Golf Association, they have started, they have opened 2 universities, 1 national academy. They have, in fact, I interviewed some of them. They have some university where masters on golf management is given. They have just recently started. Another university, I was told that they have started some sort of graduation program. And in light of that, as you had been talking about Bangladesh, yeah, we also, we are thinking, we have a National Army Academy, that's a national academy called Army Golf Club Academy, Army Academy, but then run by Army, that's why it is named as such, but it's a National Golf Academy located at Army Golf Club at Dhaka. They are conducting basically sort of golf instructional or golf coaching or professional career development courses. But if you require a profession in golf industry, like as we all know, like director golf course, GM golf course, golf superintendent, course superintendent, or architect, or something like greenkeeping, something like a club maker, or other technical expertise like golf writer, or maybe some other agent, golf agent nowadays, teaching professional. I think in subcontinent, as other countries in Bangladesh also, main, stream is towards professional, like it is supposed to be otherwise, professional and teaching professional. These are the 2 categories we basically by experience or by coaching or by instruction we are developing for golf industry in Bangladesh now. But I wish we should go for other portfolios that I mentioned, like golf architect. Only Bijit is there in subcontinent, so far I know, a qualified man from England. So we require more and more qualified expert, technically expert, trained, rules official, like, as I said, other portfolios, course superintendents, knows about draft management, knows about, as you have been talking, greenkeeping, knows about all these things, course management. So yeah, in short, what I wanted to tell is, yeah, we are lacking behind. Asia is lagging behind as a whole, but I must appreciate the words I heard from Mr. Indrajit Bellutia today. He has a wonderful effort, what I did not know otherwise. He has started, as he said, that a lot of courses, short courses for golf career development. It's an excellent effort. And yeah, about recognition, yeah, in Bangladesh, I'm told Malaysia and Bangladesh, especially in Bangladesh, they are trying to get affiliated to some national universities. So to put the golf career development programs under normal education system, like a graduate boy has something more subjects on golf development, career development, like, as I say, professional golf management or greenkeeping or something like that. That's sort. The subject curriculum may be finalized by those expert people, those are running the academy or institute or college or university. But first, you have to be affiliated with some accreditation body, as you have been discussing. Yeah, GCMA maybe for India, but for Bangladesh also, we require sort of organization like that where we can accredit those colleges, those institutes, those academies to develop, to ensure development of career, career subjects of golf, the subjects of golf management. So with that, I want to finish here. Like, yeah, we'll also grow. Yeah, we'll also grow. India, you are there already. You have started. We'll also start. Hopefully, our National Golf Academy will have a curriculum. We'll have courses. We'll have degrees based on professional golf management. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Major Rahman. I mean, we understand that, since golf is still small. You mentioned 25 to 30 courses. Tell me, are there any sort of courses that have been built by private developers, the way it happens in India and in other countries where there's a real estate development and somebody's building a private course and selling real estate? Is anything like that happening in Bangladesh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is coming up. Like out of those 30, I must mention that a few of them are private already. Like Puriani Pijete 18-hole course in Chittagong, we have out of. In fact, I told 4, but that if you include that, it will be 5. If I include the private golf courses, it will be more than 30. I talked about the government, public golf courses only. Private golf courses, yes, we have. Already we have 118-hole from Chittagong, other few 9 holes in Narail, in Chittagong, Potenga, Coxsbazar, and also in Jolshiri. Hopefully, as I'm associated somehow with the Golf Association, also the Golf Federation in Poland, as our Golf Federation looks after the amateur golf, development of golf courses, infrastructure is basically by Golf Federation. So we had been trying to develop some golf courses in Jolshiri. It is called another Noi courses in Vasundhara area, another in Coxsbazar. So maybe, yeah, we are trying to increase the number. Of course, private entrepreneurs are coming up. Yeah, it is.
So I mean, one of the things I could suggest is that we view GCS MAI more like a GCS MA South Asia, or subcontinent. And I'm sure that the GCS MAI would be more than happy to welcome members from Bangladesh who would like to join this association, interact with our members in GCS MAI and gain the knowledge and expertise, perhaps even come over for a couple of months, like an internship. Arun, wouldn't you say that's something that can be done?
Yes, Rishi, what you said, that's exactly what I wanted to tell Major Mahmood. I think we'll be very, very happy to collaborate with anyone in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
We'll be very happy to cooperate and be affiliated. And we could have, some kind of cross training. We could visit, they could visit, we could have memberships. We could join these education programs, which we are sort of co-hosts or co-promoters. So we could, incidentally, there's also a university in Maharashtra, which has approached us and which is talking about creating some certificate courses or diploma courses in golf management.
Right.
Excellent. Yeah.
So I think there's a good opportunity there for people in Bangladesh who are trying to learn about being a superintendent and those things to approach GCS MAI, and at least whatever we have in India, we can share with, people in. So I think after this, it would be great for there to be more interaction, and you can always ask them to join, apply as members, and give them the assurance that their memberships would be accepted. And Indrajit, I'm sure you can also extend that people who want to come and enroll in your
absolutely. Absolutely.
It is.
Also, we have the advantage of being online. So, you could always do the course online. Yeah. But I just wanted to add, Rishi, we already have a very strong relationship with Bangladesh. With most of the Bangladeshi coaches are already trained by the NGI. So, and we've been actually, just before COVID struck, we were actually talking to the Bangladesh, the professional association, the federation, to send NGI coaches to actually do their refreshers in Bangladesh.
True.
So we already have a strong
affiliation programs. Yeah, it is.
With Bangladesh in the teaching front, and I think that can easily be extended with the GCMAI.
Right.
Okay. It is.
That sounds great. So what I understand, Major Rahman, is that there are about 25 to 30 courses which are owned by the government, mainly the armed forces. Am I right?
It is. And
about 5 courses that are private developments.
It is, yeah.
And these the government-owned courses, you mentioned public courses. So is it that they are very open and almost anybody can join, or are they closed to defense personnel? What is the access?
Yeah, you are very correct. I call it public. Yeah, it is open. Basically, the golf courses that Army, like other third world countries, manage the courses, golf courses. We have 90% of the golf courses are open for all. Like Bhattiari golf course is situated outside cantonments. Dhaka, we have 2 courses. One is outside cantonment, one is inside cantonment. So in all, maximum golf courses are located outside cantonment, though managed by Army defense people. And also, one or two are there. It's not owned by army. It's owned by government, and also, as I said, few by private entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, I know till a couple of years ago, there were a couple of tournaments on the PGTI tour that were held in Bangladesh. So
Yes.
are there, I mean, obviously due to COVID, there's been a disruption, but are there quite a few tournaments going on for your local pros? I mean, whether they're small or big?
Yeah, it is also another point of focus for me, as I'm involved in this official tour of Bangladesh, also did with your PGTI too. So yeah, we have been conducting last 3 to 5 years number of PGTI tournaments in Bangladesh. Hopefully after COVID we will go for that again. But for our domestic circuit, we have a BPGA tour going on. For COVID it is only 3 to 4 tournaments we could conduct. But right after this, I mean in this from this month of August, we are again restarting with number of tournaments we have in our hand. So on ability of courses and COVID restrictions is over. In terms of COVID restrictions, I must say we are a little bit, as in Asia, golf is nowhere for COVID restrictions. So we are trying to develop some sort of bubble, and then trying to reopen the tour soon. Yeah.
Right.
Rishi, can I come in for a minute?
Oh, please.
Okay, I just wanted to add something. At GCSMAI, we have a special focus for expanding the golf at grassroots level. So we not only focus on superintendents and managers. We think that if the golf does not grow, the careers in golf will not grow at all, and there will be not enough careers for superintendents or managers. So we take that responsibility and we go to smaller towns, tier 2, tier 3 towns, and we are happy to report that we have made some impact. We have added certain amount of visibility in those small towns. And Bangladesh or even India or our subcontinent is not only economically underdeveloped. I think golfingly we are underdeveloped. Sure. And the only way we can actually become better is by expanding the base of the pyramid. And we're fortunate that we do some work on that. I think Indrajit does some work on that. And I think Bangladesh fits into, and India have that synergy. And GCSMAI could actually create that little extra awareness, little extra, zing it can be given to golf in Bangladesh. You can have more people playing.
Sorry, yeah. Sir, can I add one point here?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Arun Singh, what you say, sir, right. I'm also with your idea, concept that we should go for more organizational structure than that of the golf in subcontinent, as you have been saying. We have to change the narrative. Yeah, it is always an individual matter. Like, I am a professional, so, or it is only based on experience or personal expertise. What I have seen in Europe and America, it is already organized, or it is organizational structure is developed. I mean, it's infrastructure developed. There should be some infrastructure like you, GCMI, in Bangladesh also, as I understand, it should be recognized by this kind of organization authorized for accrediting these golf career development courses. And also, why not we bring this course curriculum of golf to the mainstream to attract more and more? Yeah, of course, we have to increase the number of golf courses, increase the depth or penetration of golf among the general public. But then we have to show the path to general public how to develop career, taking golf as a career, not only playing career, also in other sectors, as you said, all mentioned, like in developed countries. And also in Asia, I said, Korea, their golf industry penetration is the highest. In Malaysia, in China, in Thailand, and then I must say, your country. So yeah, we should move forward with you in line of your GCMI, something like that. And also, we must develop more and more organizational structure to develop the knowledge, to develop the skill. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I think, we're going to try and wrap up in about 5-7 minutes, if that's okay, because I think the next panel is all ready to go. So if there are any questions, this is the time to put it in the chat. Otherwise, I have a question for Gaurav. One of the things we see in the Middle East, at least, is that a lot of golf course management and professionals and, let's say, architects, etc., are dominated by Europeans, right? So do you feel that there's a good opportunity for Indians South Asians, how do you break into that sort of network of Europeans that seem to dominate things in the Middle East? Tell us, how, for Indians who are aspiring to work there, what are the challenges and how can they actually connect and get their foot in the door?
Yes, Rishi, it's a very good point. What you pointed out was that I would say, like, among the club managers in the Middle East, I was the only Indian. Everyone else was from the UK or the US or Australia. These are your three predominant countries which are working in management of golf clubs and facilities in the Middle East. I would say, like, be like me. Like, I was looking at an opportunity outside of India. I was pragmatic in my approach, showing my experience. I've been playing golf for a long time since I was a junior. Actually, you taught me my first lesson when I was a kid, and then growing up and becoming a professional golfer. Then I went into different project developments in South India. So yeah, I would say develop your LinkedIn network. That's very important. Try to also, I hope post-COVID, try to visit more golf shows if you want, like in the Middle East or in Southeast Asia. Develop your credentials, your skill levels. You have to show to the guy employing you that you're capable of doing the task. When you just arrive, just there. Like when I went to Saudi Arabia, I was at work the next day. I was told that you're on 3 months probation. You don't perform, you're on the next ticket back. So it is a tough world. You have to look at how you're better than the rest and apply yourself there.
Okay, so that's
and you stayed back.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, 4 years is a good innings.
Rishi, just to add to something on Golf Saudi. Sure. I mean, Golf Saudi has been into great news about making grand projects, spending millions of petrodollars, getting Justin Johnson, getting large. But in this hype about this large petrodollars, what we're missing out that they're doing something very, very right. Golf Saudi has signed a contract with Golfin of UK to teach their school kids golf as part of their curriculum. Okay. And they are trying to expand the base of the pyramid because they also recognize that ultimately a lot of local Saudis have to play golf. Yes. You cannot rely only on these large tournaments to expand the game of golf. Correct. So I think there's a lesson there. Despite all that money, despite all the grand connects they are focusing on the base of the pyramid. Right.
So Indrajit, I think we'll take a last question to you, Indrajit, and then we'll sign off to the next panel. That obviously coaching seems to be, the natural progression of players who maybe cannot make it as a tour pro. So do you still feel that there's a good demand for coaches if youngsters, like parents say, my kid, he's crazy about golf, but he's not good enough to make it as an international tour pro. Is there a career to be had in coaching in India?
Definitely, Rishi. We've got about 450 odd teachers in India, and out of that I think only about half of them are actually working on golf. So I mean, working as a teacher, but so coaching is still a very, very premium job, but everyone is not cut out for teaching. Just because you're a good player doesn't make you a good teacher. So you may be a good player who's a very good marketing guy, or who speaks well, or who's a very good he's got a knack for retail. So if you don't make it as a player, coaching used to be the only other option for you, but there was no guarantee that if you're a good player, you're going to be a good coach. But the whole industry is open to you. So if you're passionate about golf, you already have an edge to work in the industry. So let me make it clear that somebody who's a passionate golfer, I'm not saying necessarily a good golfer, will always have an edge to work in the golf industry.
Yes.
From a person who's not a golfer. And we are trying to bridge the gap with the courses and all, but it'll always be there. So coaching is of course a very premium and it's very well paying. We have coaches. I just want to make one point. We have teachers who are uneducated, who can barely sign their name, and they're earning 50,000 rupees a month. whereas we have an accountant who's got a degree in tally, who's a post-grad in accountancy, is earning 10,000 rupees. And he or she is signing those checks for the guy who can't even write his name, but he's got a skill which only 250 people in the country have, whereas you have millions of accountants.
That's a good point.
Yeah, so it's sad, but that's true.
No, but so tell me, Indrajit, like you said very rightly, that just because you're a good player doesn't make you a good coach. So if somebody has the passion and they want to move from being a good player to a good coach, what should they do? Is there a place they can go? Is there a structure where they can
absolutely
of coaching?
Absolutely. So IGU has the NGI, which was AK sir has been a part of it for quite some time. We've all been a part of it. It was formed in 2005, and in the last 16 years, it's evolved. The National Golf Academy of India has evolved, and it's getting better. Like I said, we have now 450 certified teachers in the country, and we are adding about 30-40 of them every year. So we have a structured teachers program. And if somebody wants to take coaching as a career, one of the main hurdles, of course, is the playing ability test. So you have to be able to shoot 14 over, I think, in 2 days, 7 and 7, or 9 and 5, whatever. And if you're a senior, if you're 50 plus, I think then you get 2 more shots, 16 over in 2 days. So you have to have basic playing skills. Once you have the basic playing skills, you can get into teaching.
Okay, that sounds good. I mean, I think the next panel is ready to go. So it's also late on a Friday evening. People are ready to pull out the the Scottish stuff. So we'll move on. But thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Major Rahman, Indrajit.
Thank you.
Gaurav.
Thank you.
It's fun. I hope everybody enjoyed the session. I certainly learned a lot, so I hope other people did as well.
Thank you, Rishi.
Do send in your comments on the chat after this panel is over. So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, everyone else. Bye. Thank you.
Hunter Industries has one of those great American foundation stories. Founded by a father and son in 1981. In the 1990s, Hunter developed a line of sprinklers for the golf industry. The G500 and G550 were designed to maximize efficiency in both water application and power consumption. In 2001, we changed the game again with Total Top Service Rotors, or TTS, the first ever golf rotors with patented total top servicing of every serviceable component. This no-dig solution was a true golf industry innovation, appreciated by golfers, management, and especially the superintendent. Later, Hunter introduced rotors with decoder in head, or DIH, capabilities. Their exclusive flange compartment provides the first ever capability to house decoders within a golf rotor. In 2010, Hunter's DIH rotors introduced the exclusive Total Top Programming, or TTP feature, allowing inductive wireless programming of the decoder without disassembly of the installed DIH rotor. Hunter Industries, built on innovation.
when gigantic infrastructure transforms the spirit of sports. History gets created. The structure is equivalent to 32 Olympic-size soccer fields. There are 11 pitches made of red and black soil, and it is the only stadium in the world to offer same soil surfaces for both the main and practice pitches.
Hi, good evening, everybody again. The next panel is golf course maintenance practices, the heart and soul of this association. And we have a very strong panel here, including Mr. Ben McLean from Delhi Golf Course. He's the golf course superintendent there, representing Toon Golf. Then we have Colonel Ravi Rana, former golf course superintendent at Delhi Golf Course and many other places. Nikhil from RCGC, golf course superintendent at Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Mr. Bhupender Singh, who was at the Delhi Golf Course earlier and traveled to various other countries, including England, Wentworth, Australia also. And then Ms. Harshada, golf course superintendent at Pune and KGA and Ambi Valley also. Welcome all. Welcome to this panel. I'll start off by asking Ben, if I may. Ben, you've obviously worked in other countries. You started off in New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, or Australia, and then you made the move to India. How do you compare your experiences working in India to working in other countries?
Yeah, so I started my career in New Zealand about 10 years ago. Obviously on cool season grasses there. And then I after about 4 years, moved to Australia, then to the UK, back to Australia, and now to India. So my first experience with warm season grass was obviously in Australia, which was just common Bermuda grasses and Tiff Dwarf Bermuda grass greens. So similar to Australian turf species and climate is pretty similar to what we have here in Delhi, especially where I was last in Australia in Queensland. So I think the turf species is quite similar, but I guess the biggest challenges for, what I've seen is every site's different. So, you can follow your fertility programs from Australia, your management practices, your maintenance schedules, all of these practices you can take from one facility to another, but they're not necessarily going to work. And that's what I have found here at DGC is, you have to have boots on the ground every day. You have to be walking the greens, walking the tees, walking the fairways, and and taking note. So we rolled today. What effect did that have on the greens? We double cut. We did this. We applied this fertilizer. And you have to kind of assess the situation daily. So yeah, I guess in a way, it's kind of extremely different. But then in a way, it's still grass, right? So it needs the basics. It needs the water, the sunlight, the fertility. So I think kind of aside from the actual management practices, probably the biggest thing is the culture. Like the way that turf is managed here is very different to the way that turf is managed in Australia and the US and NZ and the UK. So I guess trying to kind of take in that local knowledge of how to manage the services at DGC, but then also try and implement some techniques that I've learned through my experiences. So, I guess a key one is, which we've spoke about a lot in this webinar sort of series, is water management. And that's probably the most key one I've found at Delhi Golf Club is water management. We have lots of microclimates, lots of dense forest. So overwatering is a killer, that'll give us disease, that'll give us all sorts of issues, So, I guess the key one is just that I've noticed here would be, I guess, trying to educate the guys on why we do certain things. Water management and probably fertility, probably the three key points that I guess I've had to adjust or, sort of, I guess, mold to India. But, other than that, it's pretty, it's the same, right? The cultural practices are the same. The timing's slightly different. The aggressiveness of the practice might be slightly different. But yeah, generally it's much the same.
So would you like to add to that, Ruben?
Let me ask Harshada. She has been in KGA, which is on the lower basin. I mean, the water level was very high. Ben is clearly talking about overwatering being a practice in India. What are your experiences? Is that what the membership expectations are?
Good evening, sir. See, it is not the members' expectation. Many a time what happens, the ground is uneven. So some places require little extra water and some places require little less water. Generally, what happens because of this psychology that, okay, I have to cover this area, a normal human tendency, it goes like, okay, to cover that area, this area also get watered without seeing, or some of the golf courses like Pune Golf Course, they don't have the valve-in head control system. So in those cases, we have no other option to water this area and that area. So in such cases, it happens. But overall, it is not like that. The overwatering is the practices get followed in India. Some cases, helplessly, we have to opt for that. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, thank you, Harshada. Bhupendra, you had also been in various golf courses. You have been abroad. You also did some agronomical apprenticeship, internship in Scotland. What do you think will be the key management practices which most of the greenkeepers should be focusing on? I understand the situation is different in every golf course, but broadly, what Ben said, broadly the practices are similar everywhere.
Right. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me here. Just to add to what Ben has said, this is what I also understood, while, having stints in different golf courses, be it in India or abroad. What I realized, it is like, we have the same basic principles of turf management everywhere which are applied, like mowing, irrigation, fertilization, cultural operations, and all that. But the important thing is every golf course is unique, be it in a country or in a, abroad or wherever. So because golf courses differ, so the application also differs of whatever basics we have. So the first thing what I realize is to understand the golf course, and then plan a strategy and accordingly apply those principles like, mowing, because you have different grasses, different soil profiles, different environments, and different even strengths in a golf course. And similarly, we have unique constraints in every golf course. So that is why what I see, if I make an analogy, then with mathematics, then you have like, the numbers, basic operations, multiplication, division, subtraction, all that. But every golf course is a unique equation in itself. So when you get into a golf course, you have to understand what the golf course is actually, demanding. So after you have an observation analysis of all this, then you make your strategy and plan how to deal with this. Otherwise, grass grows when you give it a fertilizer, when you give it a irrigation and properly all these basic things. But that is the key, which I believe that everybody has to understand.
Right. So Nikhil, if I can come to you, we spoke about the changes that have happened at Royal over the last 10-15 years. Yesterday in one of our panels with Gaurav Ghosh and Tony, I've seen it firsthand. But could you elaborate what are some of the major changes that you did in terms of the maintenance practices and the systems at the club over the last 10-15 years or so?
Sure, Vijit, I can. Firstly, thank you for having me on this panel. I think the biggest thing which our club has done is engage in a global level consultant agency, Quality Golf. So what they've done for us is established management policies which determine what to do in every season. And those systems have been in place for the last decade and have been extremely helpful in improving the course conditions and playability of the golf course. So some other aspects which we've done is worked on our drainage. Like we have excavated some of our lakes, we've dredged our channels, we've improved the water retention of the golf course. So earlier on the monsoons, the course would be shut for a couple of days, even few weeks after a short period of rain. But right now we've already crossed 1400 millimeters this year, which is 300 millimeters higher than the previous year. And the golf course hasn't been shut till now. And the greens are rolling fine, rolling good. The putts on the greens, players are happy. Fairways are playing well. So sticking to our laid down policies over the years and having the committees also support those policies with the membership. So it's really been helpful that way.
Also, if I can continue here, Nikhil, the discussion, you're probably one of the first golf courses to use advanced technologies like the Pogo and all that in terms of recording data and using that for your maintenance practices. If you can just discuss about how that has transformed the way you carry out your activities in terms of daily maintenance practices and cultural practices?
Sure. So we started using the Pogo Turf Pro device in the last 2 years. So what that device has helped us is to map out our greens, tees, and fairways. And every time you use the Pogo on a green, you take 9 to 12 samples, and it gives you a diagrammatic view of all the spots or areas of a green which require moisture. And you get a color-wise description, as well as you can track your moisture levels over a week to 2 weeks over a month. So it helps us manage precision watering to localize dry spots or certain segments of the green, or when to turn the overhead irrigation. Plus, it has helped to train our greenkeepers as well, to make them understand that when's the right time to water and when's too much water is being applied. So it's been a good training tool. It's helped us in tracking progress in terms of salinity levels, seeing how the soil temperature also correlates with moisture requirements, watching season by season application. So it's a great tool to have on any golf course. And the best part about the Pogo is that it requires no calibration. So you get the device and it's ready to go.
I can see Colonel Rana now on the screen. So obviously he was having some technological challenges. Welcome to the panel. And I think I'll ask you something which is related to technology. We are discussing a lot of technology. And I think you're from the old school where a lot of foot soldiering was involved. So what do you think? It should be a mix, or technology obviously is going to help a greenkeeper. But is it going to solve all the problems or most of the problems, or is there any other way?
Arun, firstly, thank you for getting me onto the panel. I see many companies being reflected on the backdrop, but I see GSMI, which is our company, and I congratulate you for that. And my appreciation to all the young superintendents who are doing a great job. Most of the clubs in India are the clubs, and golf, where you say prefix, it is a unique thing. It is related to the golf course. As my friend Superintendent from the Delhi Golf Club mentioned very rightly, greens often overwatered. Let me first come to that point. Watering practice must be based on various factors like soil properties, grass species, environmental conditions, other maintenance practices. When we say greens with poor drainage, must be watered slowly or at frequent intervals. Let's not forget, you have the sand-based greens with very high infiltration rate, requires light and frequent application of water. This is what I would like to mention about the overwatering part of it. When you talk about the technology, science is rapidly replacing art in the profession of greens maintenance, yet maybe more art than science involved in greens maintenance. I'll apprise my friends, young superintendents. They are doing, looking after the golf courses, maybe 200 acres of land. But how much is the area they need to attend? They need to water, they need to move, they need to fertilize. Let me give you a rough idea. 18-hole golf course with 195 acres of land. You have only fairways, 35 acres. Putting greens, 3 acres. Tee boxes, 3 acres. Total area, which is priority 1, becomes to 41 acres of land. In terms of percentage of the total property, 195 acres, fairways is 18%, putting greens 1.6%, tee boxes 1.6%. Look at it, that we must focus as a superintendent or managers that this is our priority 1, which is moved, watered, and done up every day to ensure that our clients or the guests coming enjoy the best of the part of the golf. Whereas 147 acre balance, which is rough wetland and water bodies. 5 acres is roughly the building and the parking lot. So this is the distribution, and this is how we have to plan our maintenance and cultural practices as such. Water requirement also, as I discuss on that, various things, I will not go in detail, which the company I think Hunter has already covered in the rate of ET and per day requirement of water moisture level. But I would like to emphasize here that the importance of experience and observation to the maintenance of fine playing. That we must be clear. And when we say practices, for one golf course, practices may not fit in the other one. A medicine like paracetamol may suit me, it may not suit you. And one may even, find a lot of reactions. Then the timings for each application can be important as performing the operations. Greens construction, grass species, location, maintenance program, all affect the response to specific practices as such. Maintenance program must be flexible to allow unusual conditions. May have a list of good excuses for delay in terms of carrying out various operations, but I'll call it that is a poor planning on the part of the superintendent or the manager or the Greens committee as such. So when we say practices on the golf course, I would like to mention here that many practices determine putting quality as such. When putting quality, when I say moving is the single most important practice in greens maintenance. It is a daily moving, daily changing the moving pattern, moving at the correct height, precise adjustments, allotment of manpower, daily cleaning and sharpening of mower, training of mowers operator, visual inspection.
Thank you very much, sir. Let me take the same question to Ben. Ben, you have a lot of international experience, so you have the advantage of seeing a lot of variety in climate changes, soils, expectations for the members. And you also work for Troon, so you have access to a lot of technology. You have also access to a lot of advice, if I may say so. What do you think from your limited experience in Delhi Golf Club that there are few things which we need to focus on? Particularly, I think we can pump in a lot of money and get results, but I think a greenkeeper's responsibility is also to manage the resources in the best way possible at the minimum cost. So your thoughts, please.
Yeah, I think yeah, like a superintendent's job can be tough. You gotta deliver the highest standards, within sometimes pretty restricted budgets, right? So I guess you need to look at the big picture, like we a lot of trial and error. We looked at our water. Our water source was one of the first things that I looked at when I arrived, and I realized that because we're using effluent water, which for some courses can be, I guess, for us, it's beneficial in the fact that it carries a lot of nutrients. So our requirement for nitrogen is very minimal. So we can actually save, a fair amount of money on fertilization. So I think, yeah, you need to look at the bigger picture, and it's a tough one, right? Because as the guy said, like, it's every site is different. But in the UK, we were working and it was snowing and it was -7 and we had frozen surfaces, but we still managed somehow, through trial and error, we produced some good surfaces, right? So I think the biggest one is kind of not getting caught up in technology and keeping it simple and looking at those basic practices and minimal. There's a new thing out which Asian Turfgrass brought out, and it's basically the minimum requirement that fertility, right, that turf needs to survive. And if you looked at our nitrogen applications at Delhi Golf Club, you'd be like, well, why is the grass alive? But then look at our water source, and that's the reason why. So I think you need to look at your water source, your quality of your equipment, your quality of cut, and all those small efficiencies. If your mowers are sharp, then your your quality of cuts better, your playing surface is better, therefore your members are happy, and you're applying less fungicides because your blade is cut cleaner, right? So, you know, you can have tons of experience, lots of international experience. You know, guys like you say, Troon. You know, Troon are awesome, and they you know, they provide me a lot of help and sort of, you know, we can work things out with our network. But again, keep coming back to the same thing. If the site, you know, like DGC is completely different to how you'd manage on the course up the road, and vice versa. You know, I think the biggest thing I've seen in India is just excessive fertilizer and excessive water, and probably, you know, those efficiencies that you have internationally aren't quite here in India yet, you know? And that's one thing that I would really like to try and bring here and try and educate the guys on that. Hey, you don't need to do this. You can still produce, you know, fantastic greens, fantastic surfaces if you half this nitrogen input, if you half this water output, you know? If you increase your cut frequency, decrease your cut, you know, plus, you know, all these sort of little things. But yeah, I don't really know if that answered the question. It's kind of a tough one, you know.
It is tough.
Yeah.
You know,
Bounce around.
there can't be a quick fix on anything. So,
exactly. Yeah. 100%.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Arun, I would like to mention here when he was saying that in India, the greens are overwatered. I would like to make a mention here. Environmental conditions have more influence on water than any other factors. Water use rates must vary depending on the temperature, the wind, the humidity, and the sunlight. Management practice like dethatching and aeration also influence water practices. As I mentioned earlier, sand-based green, soil-based push-up greens, it all have a different way of watering frequently, slowly, drainage poor, and that water is the water management. That what is being missed out by our superintendent, mostly keeping in view the temperature. When I talked to Karma Lakeland, I have been in Delhi Golf Club. I saw Karma Lakeland in the late at the evening. It used to be a very strong wind. In the morning, when I used to go there, I used to find the complete water is going in the lake rather than on the fairway. So the wind at night, the temperature during the day, humidity, sunlight, that matters a lot. Thank you.
So I guess what you're saying is that a greenkeeper learns a lot by observation, by having his feet on ground, and by seeing the facility on himself or herself.
Very right.
Which we all, I think, agree. There's also another issue which we're facing in Indian golf courses. I mean, with USGA greens, you require a lot of sand. You have a lot of bunkers. With the fashion in India is a white sand, which is again limited, available in limited quantity. And there's also a lot of environmental concerns on depleting our river basins of the sand. So I think in times to come, availability of sand is going to be very, very questionable, and it's going to definitely become very expensive. So I guess Bhupinder and Harshada, two of you have worked on a lot of golf courses, so you can take turns. How do you think that you can minimize the usage of sand or reduce it at least?
Well, if I begin with this, then before coming to sand, just to take on from where Ben and Colonel Rana has been discussing about technology and all that. So I just believe that we do have our art or our personal engagement in that, but technology has actually helping us a lot, because expectations of golfers for the standards of maintenance of golf courses has increased many a times. So that is why without all this technology it would have not been possible. So I think both the aspects of science and technology, as well as our personal engagement, both holds true even today, and they will continue to be there.
Very right.
now with just to add to that, sir, because we can irrigate our courses right from our a phone sitting at our homes. That was not possible earlier. So that is why technology is something which is always solicited, and the efficiency, and especially with regard to environment, as we had been discussing. Environment, the more we are engaging, or we are becoming concerned about environment, it is the innovation and technology only which is actually helping us to achieve higher standards, along with taking care of environment in a better way. So without technology it was very difficult. So that was one thing. Now coming to the sand part, definitely sand is resource which is depleting, and it's not easily replenishable. River sand, which is actually is very good for turf grass management, because it has its round shapes and all that. So that's why it is preferred sand for any turf grass management. But because of a lot of usage and depletion, it's not easily replenished in the river beds and all that. So we have manufactured sand in the market, but again, manufactured sand is usable to some extent, but still it has its own issues. So there are challenges using manufactured sand. Now the point is, what I have observed in a golf course as a superintendent, bunkers from golfers' point, I would not comment that how much they are required and or not, but I would say that bunkers are one of the one of the areas where a lot of sand is used. So if we could actually minimize bunkers in a design in some way, and if you can have some other like grass bunkers or something, swales or some other element to compensate for taking away sand, especially from bunkers, that can actually be a lot of help to golf courses. Otherwise, obviously for organic management, that is why we use sand. So obviously other practices like dethatching or verticutting with advanced technological help, we are able to manage it, but still sand is required for a good turf grass management. And I think Ashada would add to what I am taking on.
Thank you, Bhupendra. Sir, actually, there is no replacement for the sand, as whatever the technology has advanced, this is a natural resource. So technology cannot replace the natural resources. But definitely, yes, over a period, we will have to find out some solution, or we'll have to look at it. This river mining sand, instead of that, nowadays, we are getting the stone crushed sand, which is called silica sand. So that is also helping a bit. We tried this manufactured sand also, but with the manufactured sand, there are a lot of disadvantages using it. So it is not recommended for the long run usage. And like fairways, if we can make the fairways like 100 yards or 150 yards, or only the landing areas with the sand base, and rest all unwanted areas with the soil base, so that would also add up in saving the sand, usage of the sand. Like in Pune Golf Club, we have the fairways of soil base, and we have only doing the surface topping up, which help us for the verticutting and coring. But whenever we are doing the coring, the cores are completely soil based. So that way we can reduce usage of sand. We can prioritize the areas, like only greens and tees we can prioritize. So that way it will help us to reduce the sand usage, because for natural resources, finding substitute is quite difficult.
Absolutely. Yes, sand is, sir, please.
I would like to comment what you call, Vijit.
Sir.
When we talk about the sand uses, as per the USGA recommendation, whatever the green construction sand is used, whether it's a black sand or a white sand, the same sand should be used in the bunker as well as the green construction. Like in Delhi Golf Club, I think the bunker sand is white, construction sand may be different, you have done it. Now the people play the shot, the white sand goes on to the apron, goes on the green. I'm sure the ladies with the brooms must be cleaning it. Otherwise, over a period after the monsoon, it will become a concrete. That is the one. Secondly, very rightly, Bhupender has said to reduce the number of bunkers. Let's cut down to 50%. I don't think an 18-hole golf course, 54 bunkers are more than adequate. So that is the design. Where you have international tournaments coming in, that is only the signature golf courses, maybe 3-4 golf courses in the country. There you can have as many bunkers. Even there are the bunkers overseas, and one of the bunkers I read in the book, it is 1,000 small to big bunkers. As far the sand is concerned, what Harshada is talking about, the national resources, I'm sure that as far as sand is concerned, if doing the sand capping onto the fairways, either you do in one go, or you do over a period of 1 year, 2 years, 4 inches sand capping, if you do it, it is going to cost you 10 crores rupees on an 18-hole golf course. That's what happened in Pune. If you take that golf course done by Phil Ryan, over there, they wanted to change this, but the captain was telling me it is damn difficult, because there's so much of grass and removing it, putting it, all kind of things to take place. Similarly, when you say the sand can be controlled by using top dressing, that's all right. Top dressing of the greens, the tee boxes is a must. So is the aprons. But as rightly, landing areas, that is the first, we can give priority. Second priority could be aprons, or what you call the front of the green, that is the approach shots. But definitely sand requirement be cut down to 50%, and it can be done in most of the clubs except like Delhi Golf Club, it could be Karnataka Golf Club, it could be like in Ahmedabad or Eagleton, or let's take JP Green. These are the 5-6 signature golf courses where we need more bunkers, and you can't cut down on the sand. Sand is very costly. I saw in one of the golf magazines given out by USGA, in which they have thrown dollars. It costs money. You have been yourself been the consultant into the HSIDC or something in Bombay. You've seen the condition of those bunkers. Every heavy rain, the bunkers are contaminated with the soil, and you need to replace them. Not only the labor, the sand. I'm sure you must be doing the redesigning of all those bunkers next to the green side bunkers.
No, sir, you're absolutely spot on in terms of number of bunkers. You can have one well-placed bunker instead of 3 misplaced bunkers,
Very right.
So even Augusta National, when it opened, I'm not sure how many bunkers, but I think they had less than 20 bunkers when it opened. So even a golf course like Augusta doesn't need more than 20. So I don't think more golf courses in India can, you learn from that. But also, sir, Anasa, since something that I am fascinated to learn or hear from you is, like, you've seen the transition of golf course maintenance practices from where, when you were at DGC, from where it used to be without even proper machinery and manpower to where it is now, having Togos and, latest technologies. What is the biggest difference that you see in terms of, the transition that has happened from where back in the 80s or 70s to now?
See, initially what I saw in Delhi Golf Club, we were using gang mowers. Subsequently, before one of the international tournament, or like in Indian Open, we acquired the fairway mower. Of course, Super Surtees, what Colonel Vinay Khanna has been supplying, they were replaced by the Toro machines. And that quality of mowing improved a lot. In fact, everybody appreciated. We had 70 foreigners playing on the course. And that time the captain, there was, I think, mentioned it by the golfers. He said it is a hidden treasure, because the kind of a fairway we produced, the kind of the green was moved, but only thing, the grass species like Bermuda, we tried our best by reducing the watering, reducing the nitrogen, moving the greens twice, but still the speed was never more than 9.5 as such on the stamp meter. Now the green, I think with the mini verdi, with the mowing pattern and with the mowing frequency, I'm sure it must have touched to 12 to 13. So technology very rightly has made a big difference. But the art, when we say it is the man behind the machine, matters. So when you have the qualified superintendent managers, because it is a great job, it is a dedicated passion. In fact, everybody should get up and clap for them. They are doing a wonderful job. I yet to see any magazine, anybody, captain, any what you call Greens committee to give a pat to the superintendent. I'm sure that I was in Tamil Nadu Golf Federation and we have a speaker from Tamil Nadu, Shal will appreciate that I transformed that golf course. And that is where the respect, that is where my back was, thumped by that time N. Srinivasan, who was the president of the club, even now is today. But that kind of a treatment should be given to our superintendent, which is lacking badly. Nowhere in the magazine I'm yet to see anybody's highlighting our superintendents and managers. They feel that they are doing a job and they are getting a salary that is good enough, but that is not enough. Let me tell you loud and clear about this. They are not being looked after at all. Leave aside their remuneration, leave aside their appreciation, leave aside their respect. They feel they are the factory workers. They come in the morning, go at 6 o'clock. No, that is not the way to take work from the superintendent. They are the one who is running the business for the golf industry, not this machine, not this Rainbird, not the Toro, not the Hunter, not anybody, not the designer, unless you have the golf course superintendent dedicated and professional. I'm very frank and telling everyone, including you, Vijay. You may make any good golf courses, they will be ruined like the DDA buildings are ruined after having made a structure. Please.
We got that, sir. Let me interrupt you there. We got your point about respect for greenkeepers. Let me ask Ben, who seems to have traveled the world. Do you have that same sore point which Colonel Rana is talking about? Lack of recognition for greenkeepers? And don't be diplomatic. We need a straight answer.
Be frank. Be frank.
In all honesty, yes, it is a thankless job, right? Because you're behind the scenes, you're there early morning, you're in the frost, you're in the heat, you're working hard. Well, I would say my team, right? My team are working hard, right? I might have the ideas, but my team, you know what I mean? It's my team that I need to thank and the team that need the thanks because they're the guys doing the groundwork. But I think for me, it's a super rewarding job, right? There's a lot of job satisfaction. It doesn't feel like a job. It doesn't feel like work. So although, yes, I might not get the thanks that maybe we deserve at times, for me, I wake up every morning, I'm like, I enjoy what I do. So I think I agree. But then for me, I find satisfaction within, I guess, like you look at a green, right? One day you cut the green and you look back in the sun setting and it's a pretty good feeling, right? And I think even someone saying thank you probably can't beat that feeling, So yeah, yes and no.
Let me remind you, Ben, the recordings are available to Troon Golf. And let me come to Nikhil, who seems to be the youngest superintendent here. What about you, Nikhil? You have any response or you want to be diplomatic and keep quiet? Incidentally, Gaurav Ghosh is listening. He's logged in.
So that's okay, sir. I'll speak the right facts. So our committee from the start has always been supportive about us young boys picking up the trade. They supported us, trained us, and given us access to, worldwide information through international management companies. And now they've given us this opportunity and there's plenty of support. There's the occasional, the cane comes occasionally, but it's helpful. And it's really, they make it fun to work. It's a tough job, but when you have such a good committee support, it makes it worthwhile.
I can only say Nikhil will go very far.
It is a fun. Nikhil, it is a fun, but what happens in a way to recognize your job by the committee, the chairman, the captain? No. Captain, does he play with you sometime? Does your committee member ever take you on the golf course to play a round of golf?
That was on a lighter venture. But
no, that is where you can discuss. Like I'm telling you, I had the pleasure of playing at the Pebble Beach, $440 fees I paid. And there is the maintenance golf course directors and superintendent, whatnot under them. But what happens? These are people who are maintaining where the revenue you are earning is basically from the golf course. Second is from the F&B. Ask Harshada. I've been to their golf course in Pune. What do the members talk? What do the people talk? No.
Sir, our
Got that,
Greens
sir?
committee has, we have
Got
few
that, sir?
professional tournaments, professional players who are part of our Greens committee, and we have some low handicap golfers, such as my convener. So we interact almost on a day-to-day basis, and they keep giving me feedback, and they listen to us, they give us guidance. So it's a very interactive committee which we've had over the years.
That is fine. That is interacting is fine. Let me give you an example. One of the top player of the country, he's still a member in Delhi Golf Club, and probably he would know, Bhupender would know, is Mr. Malik. Which Malik you know? Who had been the Asian Ashok Malik, Asian champion for 5 years. He as a member of the committee doesn't know. He asked me a question saying, so Ravi, what do you adjust the machine or you adjust the grass? मैंने कहा, sir, श्रद्धा की बात है. Can you beat it? This is how we deal with them.
Sir, just to add to what the discussion is going on, if you please allow me.
Please go ahead.
I actually had been in this industry. I started some 10-15 years back as a young professional into greenkeeping. The entire world was new for me, this greenkeeping thing. And I could say with conviction that in these 15 years, actually things have changed a lot. I mean, you are right. I mean, there are still, golfers, they will have their attitudes. They come in capital because they pay, basically. And we get paid for being there in the golf course. So definitely there are things.
We are not laborers. We are not laborers. We are the professionals. We are the professionals.
Okay. But overall, I had seen that there is a gradual, respect.
Bhupender, let me interrupt you here, and Colonel Ran, let me interrupt you. We'll take the discussion on this line for too long because I think we can keep discussing this till cows come home.
Yeah.
And we understand that there is something, and let's take it on that what Ben said, that greenkeepers as a community like what they do.
Yes.
They have love for this, and of course, managements need to improve recognition, etc., and other things. Definitely. And let me come back to Harshada. You have been quiet for some time. What would you think that the basics, the bare basics, the bottom line of maintenance practices in golf course should be? You cannot ignore that at all. We're not talking about making a super fine golf course. We're talking about the basic maintenance.
Sir, in the basic maintenance, I would like to say that as a superintendent, it's his or her job that greens must be seen every day very keenly, and a superintendent must have an eagle's eye that wherever you are on the golf course, you must be able to reach to the problem. And when you're reaching to the problem with it, when it is at very small stage or primary stage, it is very helpful for you to keep the tap on it or to keep the control on it. So basically, every superintendent job is that every day you must go to each and every corner of the golf course, though it is an extreme rough, non-playing rough, or whatever it is, because generally this fungus and everything gets developed, which is your dump yard areas or your outside areas or some host growing at the extreme corner of the golf course. So from there, the fungus or some insect infestation starts, and suddenly it creeps into the main part of the golf course. So a superintendent need to be very keen. When you are on the rounding, you must be going on the round with the keen observation. So that is the first thing. When you are on the round, when you observe the things and you taking care of the things on the same day or within a day time, that will help you a lot to keep the infestation or any issue or any problem which is happening or taking start at the golf course. So that is the basic thing I would say. And rest technical issues, every superintendent is qualified. Everybody have the degrees. They know the technical part very well. So I feel observation is the first thing. You must notice the problem at the first stage.
Right. There's a question from the audience. Mr. Gaurav Sayal is asking Ben, what are the kind of sustainable maintenance practices in place at Delhi Golf Course? Ben?
Yeah, well, I think firstly we're using effluent water, like recycled grey water, right? So that's a big one. We're using recycled water, and obviously it's been spoke about many a times that we have to monitor our water usage. It's only going to get worse. The climates are getting harsher. The demand for fresh water for people for drinking and bits and pieces is becoming more crucial. So I think point one would be the recycled effluent water, and then secondly we're using the POGO, which is as mentioned is a key tool. So again, that reduces our water usage significantly. We also have individual head control on our greens, so we can really dial in our water. So if there's, say, the back right portion of the green requires water, we can just run that head. It's not a block system. We don't have to run the whole green. And that saves a significant amount also. And then probably our fungicide usage is pretty low. There's some greens that we have to treat due to some pretty heavy shade issues and sort of microclimates there where we don't have airflow, especially during monsoon season. But what I've tried to adopt is, only treating those 3 or 4 greens. If the other greens look healthy, then why waste money and fungicide and time and bits and pieces, if there's no issue there. So that's one thing that we'll try to do this monsoon season is just adopt a program where we're only treating specific greens. And then on our tees and fairways and rough, if we see some disease here, we try and get it out culturally or try and manage it before it becomes a problem, so we don't have to apply chemicals. So I think cultural practices are a big one. Like I'm a big fan of cultural practices, aeration, verticutting, and obviously top dressing, right? So I feel that you can resolve or prevent a lot of issues in the turf with those practices, and therefore you reduce your chemical inputs, and then you become more sustainable. So yeah, I guess those are probably the key ones at DGC.
Anything from that, Ben? Sustainability. When you talk about sustainability, what part of your overall? I think this question is open to everybody. What part of your the use of chemicals versus organic substances that you use? Is it increasing over time now? Mobility, you must have seen across the world. What is roughly the percentage if you're talking about an organic golf course? Can it be 100% organic, or is that even feasible? And where are we in terms of most golf courses in the country?
So, like in the UK, right, you pretty much can't use nearly every chemicals banned, right? I think they got emergency approval to use an insecticide this year because they were getting hammered with I think sugar grub. So when I was in the UK, most courses, I was at JCB Golf and Country Club, and that was a new build. We constructed that from the ground up, and they adopted a fully organic program right from the start. And it was probably the healthiest turf I've ever seen. Within 3 months, the roots were coming out the bottom of the hole changer, which I found phenomenal. I was like, wow, this stuff is, it's pretty good, right? But then again, it's not the silver bullet. Like, we still had to apply the odd fungicide, but I feel it's a way to go. And unfortunately, the research I've done in India, we don't really have many turf registered organic products. A lot of them are agricultural based, and sometimes their active ingredient or their composition doesn't quite match the turf, which can cause some issues. Like, some of these organic fungicides, they can actually build up within the soil profile and then cause turf loss. So I think the UK and Europe has really adopted the organic program quite extensively, and I would love to get it over here also, but the cost is quite significant because at the moment you have to sort of import most of the stuff, and that obviously there's restrictions around that also. So I would say the UK, Europe are probably the leaders in that part of turf management. And I know that a few courses in New Zealand are starting to adopt that. And I think probably within the next 5 to 10 years, it'll be like a global type of thing, right? You know, there's more and more articles in the industry now regarding banning glyphosate and banning this and banning that. So I think we have to adopt it. You know, we can't. We have to go with it. There's no other option.
Sure. So Harshita, if there's another question from the audience, Harshita, if you can take this if you want. It says organic fertilizer use makes the grass turf susceptible to insects and pests. How do you overcome this problem if you use organic chemicals? And inorganic gives immediate results, but organics usually take a longer period of time. So how do you maintain that balance, I guess?
Yeah. See, organic fertilizers are like our Ayurvedic medicines. It takes time, but it gives you good result. Organic fertilizer doesn't attract the insects or pests. If it is properly compost, means if it is aerobically properly compost, it doesn't attract the pest or any diseases. It's for sure that in the crowded golf courses, going for organic will be quite challenging because in the crowded golf courses, we don't have the time to wait for the longer thing. We have to patch up the things in the shorter period. So I recommend for the crowded golf courses, it's better to go for inorganic one because organic takes a lot of time. But it is always suggested.
I think Anna wants to take on that question.
Yeah, Arun, it is something like, like Harshada is telling organic and chemical fertilizers. Yes, it is a good idea to have organic when there is a peace time. In the war time, like we have the tournaments and everyday play in a like Delhi Golf Club, Pune Golf Club, Noida Golf Club, we have about 100 or 1,000 round of golf per year. Like you take every average golfer with the 18 handicap, he takes at least 96 swings in 18 hole to finish. You can well imagine 96 swings, 96 divots, that 100 divots per individual. Then you can well imagine 100 people playing 100 divots, you can work out the number. If the 4 days game, it will have 10,000 what you call divots all over. It will be plowed like the pigs have done on the fairway. So you need to level it, to roll it, to fertilize it with a chemical fertilizer to get back to the same turf. So that is what is important. Organic is fine, but how much? That will not suffice our work at all onto the fairways. Greens, yes, to an extent we can use like neem khali, organic neem, whatever it is.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vijay.
Bhupendraji, if I can ask you one question. You've also written a book on golf course maintenance practices. So when you were doing your research or something, is there something in particular that you learned from your experiences at Wentworth and other places that you went there? What was your inspiration behind, and where did you gather the information for your book? That's like, I'm interested personally, at least, in this question.
Right. With regard to, I mean, if you asked me my personal, learning from a book, then what I thought when I entered into this field of golf course superintendent, then I realized that, okay, this is a technical subject, it's there. But other than the, mainstream work of everyday golf maintenance and all that, I realized that as a superintendent, you do not have a very particular carved out, target. That is the only thing. You have to learn everything as much as you can learn about, because as a superintendent, you need to learn about the golf in entirety, if one could afford to, right from playing, right from rules and whatever comes your way. So one has to be very open-minded with regard to golf in general. So that was my initial strategy, to learn as much as possible about different aspects of golf. other than maintenance as well. So I started researching, about the book. Certain things I researched on course, like certain wheels which were found on Delhi Golf Club. So that was a personal interest other than the routine maintenance. So these kind of things I kept on, noting. And after, few years, some 7-8 years, I gathered some personal, inferences and opinions about that. So I thought, why not share this? And also I realized that why not share something with the industry, especially because in India, as we know, in the last 10-15 years, though we have come a long way, but still with regard to turf grass management, nothing formal was available in those days. So that's why that idea was there in my mind. And while researching and while working, that was a journey which actually broadened my overall thinking about golf, and that helped me in managing golf courses better, what I feel. Along with that, I also realized that why not, as a superintendent, why not if one can, learn other things in golf also. So I started learning about rules of golf. So that was another aspect which kept me driving and learning certain other things. So once I happened to learn the rules, that again added a little different perspective of maintenance. So all in all, if I tell you, then not only book, but be it golf rules, be it observing the game or play in general, that helps you actually do your job better. Now I could see and realize what a golfer wants from his perspective about golf course. As a course superintendent, just focusing on your grass cutting and growing grass, that does help, but it's something. If you could learn more history of golf, if you could learn more designing part, you can't be 100% into that, but you can keep an interest in the design factors about golf course marking when there's a tournament or something. Why not engage with the specialists who come to mark the course? So there are different aspects which do not are required very particularly with the golf course superintendent. But as a superintendent, if he could learn a little more of a technology, a little more of a golf operations, a little more of some different aspects of golf course, then that helps in the overall understanding of what is required from us as a superintendent. Because golf course maintenance do not work in isolation. You actually work for a larger picture, for a larger game. So for that, as much as you can understand through different sources, that is the best way, which I always followed, and I still continue to follow that kind of approach with regard to turf maintenance.
Well, Rana, sir, you want to add something?
Yeah, Bhupender, have you started playing golf?
Yes, sir, I just started. I am not very proficient, but I have started.
When you use the prospects from the golfer point of view, unless you play golf, you cannot visualize from golfer's prospect point of view. So it is a must for a golf course superintendent, at least once in a week, go around and play 4-hole, 5-hole, then you will understand what is the golfer's need. What do they want? Very rightly, from their prospect, you must only can do that by playing the golf.
That is right. Definitely, sir. I do agree with that.
Good that you have started. I appreciate sometime we will come that side and have a round of golf with you.
Definitely, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So unfortunately, we've run out of time now. I'm sure we can continue with this lovely panel that we have, but we'll have to wrap it up, sir. Thank you so much for your time, everybody. And
thank you, Vijay.
I'm sure the audience learned a lot and enjoyed the session.
Thank you, Vijay, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Arshada.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you, GCSMAI.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
The all-new SandPro 2040Z is unlike anything else in the marketplace. An industry-first zero-turn groomer delivers unparalleled productivity and maneuverability. The 2040Z is a daily bunker rake designed for speed and efficiency, reducing your bunker raking expense. The specially designed rake is unique to the 2040Z. It's flexible and easily covers tire tracks in turns for a perfectly groomed finish. Built in 3 sections to handle small spaces, this rake makes it easy to groom steep banks. The unique 84-inch wide flexible tooth rake is made of modified natural rubber, so it's gentle on turf and won't snag bunker liners, yet rugged enough for daily use all season long. And with Toro's lift-in-turn system,
The inner rake automatically lifts and turns, preventing unwanted mounds of material and teardrop patterns, leaving you with a perfectly groomed bunker each and every time. The intuitive thumb switch lifts and lowers the rake without taking your hands off the controls for simple and safe operation. Between bunkers, the 2040Z can really move. With speeds up to 12 miles per hour, you can get the job done up to 25% faster than an ordinary bunker rake, making it easy to stay ahead of golfers and shotgun starts. Unmatched productivity and maneuverability. That's the Toro SandPro 2040Z. For more information, visit toro.com/2040Z or contact your Toro distributor. Toro's SandPro 2040Z. Count on it.
Good evening, everyone. We now have Mr. Tom Shinkins, Manager UK Operations for GKB Turf Care Machines. GKB is originally a Dutch company, has got substantial presence in Europe. In India, we're generally more exposed, Tom. In India, we're more exposed to American products as far as the turf care is concerned. So I'm glad that we have someone from Europe coming in and trying to break the American stranglehold over our market. Over to you, Tom.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Hope everybody's safe and well. Thanks for the introduction. I'm Tom Shinkins, UK Operations Manager for GKB. And we're a Dutch company, and I've got a little sort of slideshow screen share for everybody that I will get up and running, because I think videos and words are often a better way of showing people what we're looking at doing. So let me just find this for you. I thought I had it already, but it's never always the way. Here we go. Oh, yeah. No. Yes. Okay. No. When you practice these things, everything always works perfectly, doesn't it? Okay, hopefully everybody can see the same thing when it's finished loading. It worked so well earlier. There we go. Right, we're up and running. So So yeah, GKB as a company, we are a Dutch-based firm, and we're also a large contractor in the Netherlands. We started building machinery for our own use in the late 80s, but the company's actually been running since 1946. So when we're looking at building a product, we're doing a lot of extensive testing and also using equipment in the same operations that greenkeepers and groundsmen all over the world are doing. So you see the company started 1946, and yeah, the four principles of for the machinery for sports fields is, you know, using only one operation, so not doing multiple things over and over again. The man and machine are crucial for the desired results, and investing in quality machinery and maintenance will always pay off in the long run. So every three things that we'll always try and guarantee with a GKB machine: it does what it's asked to do properly and orderly. It's built to last, and it's easy to use. We manufacture a range of natural grass and also artificial turf equipment as well. And I'm going to run through some of the products that we use over in the UK and Europe on golf courses and natural sports fields. So one of the first machines that we ever built for our own contracting use was a machine called the Combinator. It's just a phrase mowing machine. So this will be used to remove the whole surface, and can be used on golf tees, fairways, and can completely remove any layer of turf or weed grass up to 50 millimeters. So I've got a little video here. Of the machine working. Here we go. No, it's not Ben Ball as usual. Oh yeah, here we go. So you can see the surface behind the machine has been completely removed of any surface matter, and ideal then for ameliorating new seed and product straight into a new root zone. This machine can also be fitted with scarifying blades, so for verticutting and aggressive sort of fairway renovations and things like that as well. The machine is also used, definitely not over here, but maybe for you guys, and I know in the States they use it quite a lot for sprigging. It's something we don't do at all over here, but it's a process that I know is used where you are fortunate enough to have warm season grasses. Yes, we obviously do different size machines: 1.2, 1.6, 2 meter, and 2.4. It's fairly common sizes anywhere where you've any size tractor. We'll always try and find a machine to fit it. Something you might be a bit more familiar with, hopefully, is deep tine aeration. Obviously, the industry name is sort of verti-draining. This is a machine we've recently brought to market because it was something everybody has been certainly asking us for over here. Again, the benefits of aeration are known worldwide, and it's something we felt like we need to add to the range. Again, very very heavy duty, well built machine, and we've got some unique selling features on our machine. We've got more tines per head, so we're actually creating more holes per meter squared, and also a quick change tine system. So you're not actually putting tines into the head of the machine. They're just going straight into the holder. So you can change the tines in less than half an hour, from 13 mil to 19 mil. It's a very quick operation, which a lot of the guys that I've demoed the machine to seem to really like the idea of. Hopefully there's a video that we'll play so you can all see it working. So you can see we've got the 13 mil tines in here, and there's 5 per head, working on a golf course in the Netherlands there. It's a practice that, you know, you can never do too much aeration, we find. Obviously you've got the adjustable heave as well, so you can create as much or as little fracturing through the soil as needed. So yeah, nice hole pattern as well. Plenty of holes to get sand and water and air into to help your grass grow a lot better. So again, lots of different sizes as well. Now this is a product that I've actually been out busy demonstrating this week over here. It's a machine called the Eco Dresser. So this has been designed for soil recycling. So if you've got nice constructed tees and fairways, and I don't know, the cost of sand over here is getting crazy. So we've got guys actually looking at how they can improve surfaces without actually the cost of sand or labor in spreading it. And this is becoming quite a new idea and a new concept, even though we've actually had this machine working on our contracting side since about the mid 80s, to be fair. It's a great renovation tool. So again, you can add upwards of nearly 150 tons per 10,000 square meters without adding any actual dressing to the surface itself. Hopefully we've got a video available of that. So on the front of the machine, we've got some slitting discs, which will create a slit in the turf. We then have a large digging blade, which is removing the material from the surface, and then in between those digging blades sit a slit tine. So you've got a continuous slit for linear aeration as well. As you can see there, it's certainly bringing plenty of material to the top, which is then used as a dressing, incorporated with an overseeding program, leaving on this occasion the sports field in really good condition. It's certainly a renovation technique which is growing over here, and we're obviously looking at introducing it worldwide to guys as well, just to sort of spread the word about what we're looking at doing in cost savings of materials. On the soccer fields and stuff, it's quite common that you'll get a bare area, and the machine just gives you the opportunity to carry some material on the belt, so you can move it around should you need to. And again, we have the bigger machines and also the smaller machines available if space is tight. It's similar idea, just on a smaller scale, lifting the material out, leaving it as a dressed finish. Now, this has also been a good product, certainly for me, over here, looking at fairway scarifying and verticutting. The the V-Strong is it's unbelievably fast working. It's, you know, you're looking at covering a hectare in less than half an hour, working at sort of 10 miles an hour forward speed. You've got adjustable blades on there, so you can work with a 2, 3 or 4 mil blade at 25, 50 or 75 mil spacings. So you can be as aggressive or as gentle as you wish to be. So you can see the machine's just designed for large areas to leave the verticuttings on the surface, and then you'd come in behind with a blower or a cut and collect mower and just collect the material off the top. For golf greens, we can also fit a collection box on the back, so you can look at then actually removing the verticuttings from the turf itself. Just running through these. So again, common practices, top dressing, something that we're getting into in a big way with our range of sand spreaders. So this is our disc spreader. You can have this mounted on a turf truck, Workman, Progator, Truckster, or trail behind the tractor, whatever is easiest. You know, whatever is your preference, really. It's a very, very heavy, very well built machine. You're looking, this is the SP100. It's the smallest model that we do, and it's fully adjustable, so you can change the spread pattern, put as much or as little sand on as you wish. Yeah, the real selling features that we find of our machines is the build quality, and the wearing parts are made out of heavier steel than other guys. So yeah, it's we're certainly making some inroads over here. It's being very well received, and hopefully we can get out and show you guys some of the machines as well at some point. So we do varying sizes, as you can see on the video. We've got they're all based on cubic meters. So our SP100 is the smallest, and that is a 1 cube capacity. Most of the other guys are only on 0.7. So we've got a slightly bigger hopper holding more sand. Then we obviously go up to 2.3 cube, 3 cube, and 4 cube. So any sort of tractor size, once again, we've got a machine to sort of fit your requirements, really. Yeah. We have to look at fitting brakes on machines and stuff a little bit over here. I don't think that's anything we need to worry about too much. And this is our top drop. So this is a brush spreader. It's a drop spreader. Again, this will handle a variety of materials, and will tend to leave the sand in a line straight behind the machine. So rather than distributed 8 to 10 meters like you would with a disc spreader, this will give you a nice even line all the way across the working width of the machine. Hopefully. So again, top dressing would be used as an annual sort of renovation on fairways, definitely, and then guys would certainly be looking at monthly on greens, dependent on budget constraints and things like that. Obviously, the more sand you can get into the turf, the better. But you can see the machine there's just leaving a nice even spread of sand the whole width of the machine. So the stone barrier, we're getting more into sort of cultivation techniques and ideas now. Looking at, again, if you phrase mode an area off or completely remove the surface with a combinator, then you'd probably go in with a stone barrier behind it. And it gives you the opportunity to start again with a new surface and a new seed bed, just turning the material over, leveling it all out and compacting it back down. It's a bit of a one-stop seed bed preparation tool. So in the front of the machine here, we have a rotor and a set of screening tines. So any rocks and debris hit the screening tines and end up in the bottom of the hole that's been dug. And then the leveling board will pull the material along, and the roller then will flatten it in behind, and then you can just seed straight over the top. Again, varying widths to suit varying tractors. This has been a great addition for us, the combi seeder. So again, a great tool for getting grass seed into fine turf surfaces. We've got 750 holes per meter squared on the front of the machine. The seed will then drop out of a regulated hopper, anywhere from 1 gram per square meter to upwards of 30 to 50 grams, obviously dependent on your seed mix. You've then got another spike roller on the back, so that will then press the seed into the ground. And you've got 2 brushes in there, so creating 1,500 holes per meter squared, and then brushing the seed into the surface. So rather than creating holes with other machines and then distributing the seed by hand or with a walk behind spreader, you can do it all in one go. We also have 2 water tanks on the machine, so you can add ballast to the machine itself. So when your ground is probably a little bit firmer and you need some more weight on the machine, you can fill the tanks with water, and they will then allow you to make bigger holes in your turf to get the seed actually into the ground. So again, it's a very simple operation. You've got no hydraulics or anything to worry about. It's just attached to the back of the tractor and drive along. The machine will make the holes, drop the seed, and brush it all in one pass. So very simple and very fast operation as well. So the sand filler, this is becoming a very talked about machine in the definitely in the UK greenkeeping industry, just because of the labour saving from other sand injection methods. It's guys over here, we haven't got the labour. Most 18-hole golf courses are probably looking at an average of 3 to 5 staff, and are still looking at carrying out all the exact same renovations and maintenance that the guys with sort of 10 or 12 staff are looking at doing. And yeah, it's just becoming really difficult. So coming out with this machine to scarify and sand inject all in one go has been really beneficial. With this machine, you're looking at taking out 7% of your top surface and injecting with sand straight in behind. People have actually also been mixing seed into the sand as well and getting really good results on the golf greens. Here we go. Yeah, so we've got the sand going into the back of the machine. It is got kiln dried sand. That's probably the only downside. We've then got the scarifying blades putting the verti cuttings into a hopper in the middle of the machine, and then the sand is backfilling straight down into the trenches that have been cut by the blades on the front. Because you're cutting out thatch and injecting with sand straight away, you don't lose any of your surface stability. So yeah, you can see they're looking at the sand injection actually in the turf there. Again, this is probably more for you, definitely more for your fairway drainage, surface drainage. The Drain Master, you're looking at taking out 4 centimeter wide channels at 50 mil centers, and the machine will create 3 of those and inject it with sand. So a great way to incorporate surface drainage in construction, or to even improve an existing golf course with some drainage problems. Once you've obviously done this process, you then look at overseeding over the top of the drainage channels to get your fairways back into play. So we've got three cutting wheels on the front of the machine. They're actually chain driven. And they'll go in 23 centimeters deep. And I'll actually remove the material out of the ground and backfill it with sand. This machine is actually designed and built for us for our own use. You know, our contracting teams in and around Rotterdam in the Netherlands in the early 80s, before being released as a marketable product. Sand is actually blown directly down into the trenches that are cut by the wheel, so you get very little movement of the sand once it's actually in the surface there. So you've got a black and white picture. That's how long we've had that machine in our armory. Looking at some bigger top dressers now, some big drop spreaders. Again, for moving large quantities of sand. These are used quite a lot in construction. applications where you're looking at delivering a layer of material at a certain depth. So if you're looking at adding a sand cap on your fairways of maybe 20 to 30 centimeters, this would be the machine to do it. You're looking at getting the best part of 9 to 10 ton in the into the hopper as well, so you can move a lot of material very quickly. So if you were looking at doing some fairway construction or something like that, and needed machines to add a sand cap or an even sand layer, these would certainly be the best way to do it. Definitely one for renovations. You can also add a hydraulic elevator. So if you're looking at doing working alongside adding drainage and things like that as well, you could use this machine for more than one operation. So that would allow you to fill channels up with sand or gravel, other types of drainage materials as well. So we've also got a slitter, which is slightly more your sort of simple weekly maintenance for your turf. Looking at creating slits to allow air and water to pass through the surface. It's on a hydraulic adjustment, so you can switch between rolling the turf and slitting the turf. So yeah, rolling's becoming a little bit popular over here on soccer fields and fairways, and this is a nice machine that will allow you to roll the turf and also remove any compaction as well. And we've talked a lot about sort of adding material to the surface, and if you need something to move your top dressing, or after the eco dresser, move the material around, then the drag frame's a nice way to incorporate it into the turf. It's like a drag mat, but slightly heavier, so it'll allow you to just move a bit more material around over the surface and incorporate it into the sward of the turf. Right, that is all of our sort of natural turf products. Has anybody got any questions, or does anybody want to talk about greenkeeping in the UK, or?
Tom?
Yes.
I mean, one thing is very, very clear when we look at your machines.
Yeah.
They look very rugged.
Yes.
So I mean, looks could be deceptive. But
I mean,
do you think the wear and tear as compared to some of the more modern machinery, without taking any names, will be lesser? Or
yeah, we because we are a contractor as well, so we work with 200 people looking after most of the city of Rotterdam. So when we design and build a machine, we take it to the guys on the other side of the road and let them use it. And they come back to us and go, this bit was okay, but if we do that, then so we try and make our machines as strong as possible, because we have a team of guys over the road that are out there using the machines and doing the jobs that greenkeepers and groundsmen are doing. So yeah, we tend to possibly over-engineer rather than under-engineer.
And do you have any metallurgical advantage vis-a-vis other machinery which is available, or is it because you're more multi-purpose?
I think because we will always try and use the best components and the best steel and the best products. We know we'll always sort of stand by the quality of our products, if that makes sense.
It does. So.
I don't know if that's what you were trying to ask me.
So, and what about introducing them in a larger scale in a country like India? I mean, we are a developing market.
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously working with distributors at the moment, and hopefully when travel allows, we can maybe come over and do some field days or something, because that's, it's great showing videos and talking about machines, but if
seeing is believing.
100%. One of the guys has asked me a question here about
how would the sand filler perform on undulating greens?
Yeah, so on the 3-point linkage on the tractor, we have floating slots, and also in the top link as well. So we have some Mackenzie type construction over here, which is sort of very, very undulating, and we've not really had any difficulties there. Obviously, if it's a bit of a point sort of like that, then yeah. But if you can get a tractor mounted aerator over the slopes, then we don't have a problem.
Yeah, obviously greens will never be very heavily undulating. I mean, they'll be easy slopes. If they become that steep, they won't remain greens anymore.
No. So it's a very common question we get asked. It's a very common question.
So thank you very much, Tom. I mean, it was nice seeing these machines, and India is a growing market, and
yes,
we hope to see you soon.
Yeah, and it's nice to connect with a different market. I've been a greenkeeper in the UK, and I travel all over the world, sort of showing machinery, and yeah, I'd like to be able to get out and do that again sometime soon.
Okay, we look forward to that.
Perfect.
And thank you very much.
If anybody's got any questions, they want to send me an email or anything, or speak to us, please don't hesitate to get in touch.
No, if we get more questions, we'll definitely get back in touch with you.
Perfect. That's great.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you, everybody.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was our last session for the evening. Do join us again tomorrow. We start the same time, 5 o'clock tomorrow evening. We've got an interesting lineup of panelists tomorrow as well. So look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much. Good night.